who are doing what you want to do. Prioritize learning from rejection and critical feedback. Seek out critical feedback, asking folks who are generous enough to read your work to tell you how to make it good and how to make the good parts even better. Take writing workshops and take to heart the constructive critiques that you get about your work. When people take the time to give that to you, they're really giving you a gift. And we might be a little tender and a little sensitive about it, but it really is a gift. When you realize that everyone, Toni Morrison, James Baldwin, Damon Young, all your favorite writers, everyone, all of us write terrible first drafts, and that your drafts are terrible too, you're growing as a writer when you realize that. When you stop resisting revision and instead welcome it as the only way to make your drafts less terrible, you're growing as a writer. When you prioritize reading, you're growing as a writer. I think it's impossible to grow as a writer if you don't read a lot. Read books specifically on the craft of writing, as well as all kinds of books for pleasure and entertainment. All of these books can be instructive. When your disposition as a writer is less, I've got something to say, and more, I've got something to learn, you're growing as a writer. But to be clear, it is important to have something meaningful to say in your writing, to say or explore something that hasn't been said or explored before, or at least not in quite the same way. And this is another pitfall for folks who want to write but don't read, who don't immerse themselves in the world of books and ideas that connect to the kinds of things they want to write about. If you don't know what's already been written, you risk thinking you're writing something fresh or provocative or interesting when in reality, it's already been said. And so you can say it, but you need to say it in a fresh way, or you need to raise some fresh question or fresh angle about it. When you read deeply and widely and read like a writer, your work can be in conversation with other works that already exist. Your work can be inspired by works that already exist. When you read deeply and widely and read as a writer, you can recognize a void or a need that perhaps your work can fill. When your disposition as a writer is that you're focused more on learning from and building community with other writers, and less on trying to use your writing as a shortcut to attention, accolades, money, and validation, you're growing as a writer. Now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting attention, accolades, money, and validation, but that's a lot of pressure to put on your writing. Good writing takes a lot of time and a lot of work, and hopefully it's its own reward. But speaking of money, let's talk about money. Folks will tell you that signing up to be a writer means signing up to be a starving artist. So writers should write for free, for exposure. That's a big word in the writing world. And while it's true, as I said earlier, that it's very difficult to make a living by writing alone, it's not true that always and everywhere writers should be willing to work for free or for peanuts. Exposure does not pay bills. And in the freelance world, we joke that people die from exposure. Now, that said, I have certainly written for free, but I did it then the way that I advise emerging writers to do it now, strategically and on a limited basis. Some publications don't pay or don't pay much because they don't have much to pay. So no one is getting paid, including the editor that wants to publish your work. But other publications simply don't value writers and writing enough to invest in it. And they take advantage of the fact that they know we're hungry to get published, right? They know that I was desperate, to want to get published, and that we're likely weak from all the rejection, and so weak that we'll just settle for crumbs. They take advantage of the fact that we're just happy to be asked. So I am encouraging you against having this, what I call the scarcity mindset. Be selective and strategic about who you give your work to, and always have someone knowledgeable about literary contracts and publishing standards read your contracts and advise you, even if you are working for free. And that can be an attorney or a writer with lots of experience in the industry. I wrote a parenting column for free for 4 years for a site called Literary Mama. And this was a strategic choice, even though I didn't know I was being strategic at the time, because that was me jumping at the chance to get published. It ended up being strategic though, because while I didn't get paid, I got to work with and learn how to write personal essays from 2 fantastic editors and 11 other columnists, all of whom helped me to learn and grow as a writer. And my column's visibility brought me to the attention of editors at national print publications, including the Washington Post and Essence, who then reached out and invited me to write for them for pay. So strategically. So I want to just note too, Damon started talking about hard work. I've been talking about hard work. So much of this business is hard work and perseverance and talent and access. I used to say luck instead of access, but I stopped saying that because it's more than luck. It was luck that I moved into a neighborhood in 2002 and had a neighbor tell me that she had a good friend who was a literary agent when she found out that I was a writer. But that lucky moment, the important thing about that lucky moment was that it gave me easy access to an agent 8 years later when my co-parent and I were looking for representation for our book. And so what this meant was that I didn't have to query a lot of agents. We were introduced to one right off the bat, and she loved our book and wanted to work with us. I was lucky to meet writer Kiese Lehman in 2019 via social media, but it's the access he's given me that has changed the trajectory of my career and my life. Kiese wrote a blurb for my book. He championed my book on a popular podcast, which helped create buzz among Black bookstagrammers before my book came out. Kiese continues to support me and praise my work and lift me up every chance he gets. And now I'm in a position to be Kiese for other writers, and that's what I do as often as I can, because I understand that there are plenty of great books that don't get recognition, plenty of great books that don't get awards, plenty of great books that don't get attention and don't make their authors a lot of money. But when we bring in and add that access piece, we can help each other out in that way. Damon talked earlier about how long we've both been doing this. And that's another lie that's told about this business, that there's a set timeline and that only young folks get published. So I'm gonna tell my own age. I was 49 last year when Church Ladies came out, and it took me 20 years to get here. And while it may have happened sooner if I'd had more time to devote to writing fiction, I'm glad that I didn't rush to publish a book that I didn't love. And that I feel like I've published the best book that I could because I've been growing as a writer over these 20 years. I'm glad that I didn't give up when it got hard. So you're never too old to publish, never too young either. Langston Hughes, going back to him, he was a 25-year-old college student. He was a 25-year-old student at Columbia University when he wrote the essay that I started with, The Negro Artist in the Racial Mountain. And that same year, he published his first book of poetry, The Weary Blues, and it was certainly not his last. So that was at 25 years old. So I want to wrap up here with Hughes's final words in The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain essay. I hope you hear in his words some encouragement to chart your own path toward freedom in your writing. Let the blare of Negro jazz bands and the bellowing voice of Bessie Smith singing the blues penetrate the closed ears of the colored near intellectuals until they listen and perhaps understand. Let Paul Robeson singing Waterboy and Rudolph Fisher writing about the streets of Harlem, and Gene Toomer holding the heart of Georgia in his hands, and Aaron Douglas drawing strange Black fantasies cause the smug Negro middle class to turn from their white, respectable, ordinary books and papers to catch a glimmer of their own beauty. We younger Negro artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned selves without fear or shame. If white people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful and ugly too. The tom-tom cries and the tom-tom laughs. If colored people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, their displeasure doesn't matter either. We build our temples for tomorrow, strong as we know how, and we stand on top of the mountain, free within ourselves. Thank you.
Can we give Disha a round of applause? That was
Awesome.
phenomenal.
Awesome.
Just
Thank
really
you.
outstanding. And Disha, I have to tell you, Carla and I have prepared a ton of questions for you regarding the secret lives of church ladies. But I want to start where you began. When you talked about the beef that our ancestors would undertake, Elaine Locke, Du Bois, coming for our sister. That was not nice, right?
That's right.
But here in 2021, you have talked about your own community of Damon Young, Keise Lemons supporting you. What do you think has changed to bring about that type of camaraderie among African American writers?
You know, Kiese and I joke about this sometimes. We've talked about this with a friend, Robert Jones, who has written a wonderful novel called The Prophets that I highly encourage everyone to read. And we joke and say, you can tell the Black writers whose grandmama helped raise them based on their, how they show up in community. Because I would not be honest if I was saying that all Black writers, are like me and Damon and Kiese and Robert and our other folks, that, the beefs aren't as public as they are now. But we definitely still have an all skin folk and kinfolk dynamic amongst folks. And so I think it is individual writers making that decision to be good kinfolk to each other, right? And to abandon the scarcity mindset, because that's the other thing the scarcity mindset does, is it says that this is pie and there's not enough for everybody and I gotta get mine, right? And the scarcity mindset believes the racism of the publishing industry that says there can only be one. It's the publishing executive, and these are Black folks and white folks who say, what do we need a Brian Broom for, another good friend of ours, when we have Damon Young, as if they're not two different people. So there's a scarcity mindset, and I think you have to be intentional. I think that's the difference. To my long-winded way of answering your question, we are intentionally in community with each other. We are intentional about inviting each other to be a part of things together, sharing opportunities. Years ago, Damon was asked to do an event and he said he would do it if he could do it with me. He didn't have to do that, And so it's, seeing doors open, either open for us, or we're kicking them in and saying, and I'm gonna bring you with me. I'm gonna bring as many people as I can with me. And so I think it's how you're raised.
Got it. So we have invoked Zora Neale Hurston. I just want to put her name out there, and thank you for doing that. And it seems to me that the recipe is, because African Americans, period, and African American writers and African Americans in every field are attacked from within and without. But the recipe or the defense or the solution is to be intentional about building community.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
And what do we, so table with Kiese and some other writers, and we're saying it's about care and not competition. How can I care for you and nurture you and bring you along and see you as my kinfolk and not see you as a competitor, the way the industry would like me to?
Got it. Wonderful. Thank you for that very succinct answer. We are now going to turn to this gem, The Secret Lives of Church Ladies, written by Disha Philyaw. Are you ready for us?
I am wearing my earrings.
Okay. So before we get to the substance of the book, I am so curious to know how a little press from West Virginia, one, got a hold of your work, and two,
Mhm.
decided that they would become your publisher.
So I have a wonderful agent. She is tireless. Um, and I always tell other writers, like, you need an agent who, even if you haven't published anything, excuse me, yet, or you've, published very little, thinks of you like a rock star, like just will ride for your work, right? And that's the kind of agent I have. And so um, met the head of West Virginia University Press a couple of years before I got my book deal, when I was still building the collection. And she was already talking about it, even though it had not come to fruition. And the head of that press started to get excited just based on hearing her talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
So she keeps a list of publishers. She creates a list of publishers for all of her clients when the book is getting ready to come out. Who might this be a good fit for? It's not, every book isn't a good fit for the big five, or
Right.
big five publishers, but just knowing what she knows about the work and the authors and these publishers, where does she want to start? It's a tiered list and so forth. So that press was, of course, part of that list because she had made that connection on my behalf. So she sent it out to a lot of bigger presses, and as well as West Virginia. And it was just, turned down. I was told it wasn't a good fit, that the stories needed a lot of work, those kinds of things. And we know that it doesn't mean a good fit is real nice and vague, and that could be coded language for anything, right? You know, but West Virginia said yes. They were excited a couple of years early, even more excited to know that that the book was ready to be pitched, and that was it. And I just have to credit them with having the vision to see that there could be that there was a market for this book. There was an audience for this book. You had the audience of Black women who would hopefully see themselves in the book, but then you had the audience of people who aren't Black women who could make other connection points around religion, around sexual freedom, around mothers and daughters, because there's a lot of that there's some universal themes there as well that I didn't have to pick, that the book had something for everybody. And they had that vision. That's the only thing I can guess.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's amazing. I want to just share one thing before I turn it over to Carla. You mentioned the big five. People are going to wonder, well, who are the big five publishers? We have a presentation that was given last year by Brandy Larson, who is a publishing executive, and she covers that. So if you want to know more about the big five, go to our website, seek out Brandy Larson's lecture, because it is still there and you can learn about the big five. Carla, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you. So, Deisha, I want to dive into these church and church adjacent women. The one thing I loved about experiencing your book was that it felt warm. It felt familiar. We all know these women, but for you as the writer and crafting and creating these women and these stories, did you find yourself in each of them? You mentioned earlier that they were women from, that you you kind of pulled influences from your past.
Sure.
Did you find yourself in any or each of these women in the book?
I feel like there are parts of me in various characters, parts of my mother in various characters, because a lot of these stories are like do-overs for me. Like these characters are braver than I was in certain situations. They were bolder, they were wiser, or they said things that I couldn't find the words to say in similar situations. So I show up in those ways. The story Dear Sister, I do have 4 half sisters, and like the characters in the book, they reach out to their 5th sister after their father died. He wasn't somebody that was the father that they all needed him to be. And my sisters and I had a similar dynamic. And but we thought, the 4 of us thought it would be a great idea to call this woman on the phone, all 4 of us at the same time. It was not, that's a horrible idea. It's not a good thing to do to someone. And so that story was an opportunity for me to do it the right way. It should be a letter. You know, I just advise anybody who, you know, is going through this. And I found out so many people have this experience of finding out they have siblings after a father dies. And it should have been a letter. The other thing, and the thing that I really love that I got to do in this story, was those relationships between those sisters, because I didn't have that with mine. And so I got to imagine what it would be like, and not just the good parts, but the messy parts, you know, because those sisters don't all get along all the time. And so that was really healing for me, to kind of give myself those relationships. And now my sisters and I are closer in our adult lives, but just sort of, that was a do-over for me as well. So I found ways to kind of explore things in the stories that, for whatever reason in my own life, you know, you know, fictional world is more exciting and more interesting. You know, those characters have certainly lived far more interesting lives than I have.
Well, Deesha, I mentioned to you yesterday that my dissertation was on sex and sexuality in the African American Baptist Church. And I'm just curious to know, what prompted you to take on this topic, the intersection of Christianity and sex and sexuality?
I think because it was so foundational for me, starting from when I was a child. And somebody else asked me a different kind of form of this question. It's like, why is this book so much about sex? And I said, you know, like, as if I'm the one obsessed about sex. And I was like, because the church is obsessed with sex, and mostly controlling women's sex lives and sexuality and our bodies. I said, so if that obsession didn't exist, then I wouldn't really have anything to write about. So even as a child, you know, so much of what I was getting at church was about what not to do. And, you know, and what I found to be confusing messages around all of these restrictions around sex and pleasure and bodies. But when you're becoming an adolescent, you're like, wait, this feels good. Why is it bad? Can somebody roll that back for me? But you're not allowed to ask those questions. And so what I did instead was just a lot of listening and watching. And so I'm watching these women at church who, you know, are holy, and they're all of the things that, you know, we're taught you're supposed to be as a woman. And I'm looking at them to see how I'm supposed to be and what's possible for me. But then I had these nagging questions like, do they like sex? And then the ones who aren't married, do they have sex still? Do they sneak? Do they masturbate? You know, so as a young kid, I was curious about all of these things. And that curiosity kind of followed me into my adult life, where I was a good church girl. You know, I did the things the way you were supposed to, you know, but in the right order. I married a man, and then I had children, you know, and I really thought that meant that you would ever after. And so, but what happens when that's, you know, what happens, and, you know, beyond my own story, what happens for women who don't get married? What happens to women who have feelings for other women? Like all of the things that the church then says you're outside of the will of God. How do you remain in the will of God? And, you know, whether we say it or not, we're all worried about not go to hell, but still have pleasure, you know? And I didn't have those answers. And I knew I wasn't the only one grappling with those questions. And so those were the questions that and wondering about those women, you know, wondering what happened when they were alone, wondering what happened when they left church. And it was so powerful for me as a girl. It stayed with me. So when I started mining memories and my imagination, they blossomed there for me.
Well, I have to tell you, I am so grateful for your work, because I deem it a liberating piece. I deem it very progressive. I deem it necessary. So one question before Carla poses hers,
Okay.
because I don't want to put a label on your theology, but how would you describe your theology of sex and sexuality?
Oh, goodness, I think that might be one of the toughest questions. I mean, you know, the phrase "womanist theology" already exists, but I'm not, you know, schooled in womanist theology. I just know that when I was, you know, regularly going to church and when I was married heterosexually, something still felt off. Something I didn't feel that that didn't feel free. I didn't feel free. And that contradicts what the church tells you, that if you do all of these things right, there is that freedom. But I have always quibbled with that expression, freedom in Christ.
Yes.
What does that mean? You know, and the way it was taught to me was that if you do follow all these rules, that's your freedom. And then your reward is in heaven. But I would always think, but doesn't freedom in Christ mean that we are free to enjoy our bodies and each other and pleasure and all of those things without fear and guilt and shame? Those three, you know, someone has called those the unholy trinity. So I think my theology around sexuality is a rejection of the unholy trinity of fear, guilt, and shame.
Ooh. Well, that's aligned with the scripture that says, "He who the Son sets free is free indeed." So thank you, Deesha, for freeing yourselves and yourself and so many of us in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to know, and this may be our last question. We want to know the details, the inside scoop on what's happening with Tessa Thompson and this co-executive production of this project. Like, what can you give us some juicy details of what's coming next for that?
I'm so glad that I finally can, because I have spent almost a year telling people there's nothing to say, not because I was hiding it, but because, you know, it's a very slow process. So the main thing was that because I don't have experience as a screenwriter, I needed a co-writer. And we all agreed that she was going to be a Black woman. And so there's so many wonderful Black screenwriters. And sort of the good thing for them, not great thing for my project, is that they're already in writers' rooms. They're already getting their pilots green lighted, all of that. So trying to find, you know, someone who was available, you know. So all of them were wonderful, the ones who I got to consider and meet and so forth, but wonderful. And is and I can't even say her name because it still hasn't been announced. Soon, but we were able to start last week with the process, and we had our launch meeting with the HBO Max executives and with Tessa and her production company executive to get started. And so what we're working towards is a pilot script for the series, but there are 2 steps before that. The first one is something called a mission statement, where I answer some key questions about what is this series about. It's getting to the heart of it, the spirit of it, the meat of it. And it's a document that I just finished like 2 days ago. So you write that and it grounds you. So, you know, 6 months from now, when we're disagreeing about something, we can come back to say, remember, this is what we're doing, you know? So I love Max team gave me some guiding questions and said, we first want to see this document. I'll share that with I've shared it with my co-writer. We're going to massage it, make it beautiful. Then we share it with Tessa and then get her input. It goes back to HBO Max. Once we're all on the same page with the foundational, with the mission statement, that's what that's called, then we outline the pilot, just the first episode. But my co-writer and I, we are going to spend a lot of time together, probably get together in person. We need to see the whole world of this series just to write the pilot, because, you know, you plant little seeds and things like that. And once we outline it, the pilot, then we actually write the script. So it's not going to be like 9 short stories, 9 episodes. It's not an anthology series. What we're doing is building a world, a single world, and we're bringing characters from each of the stories together into that world.
That's so exciting. Oh my God.
Wow.
And we're gonna,
awesome.
you know, one of the things I told them, I was like, people are going to revolt if we don't talk about why is Olivia's mother the way she is. So we get to explore, you know, those characters beyond the moments in the book. We can go back in time. We can see adults as children. We can see children in the book as adults. And we're going to do moving back and forth in time as well. So
that's so
I'm so happy to be able to finally say that.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Well, Deesha, I want to dovetail. I know Carla wanted that to be the last question, but I got to dovetail. So, you know, there are 2 books that were turned into TV shows. Excuse me. Little Fires Everywhere and Lovecraft Country.
Yes.
Both of whom only had 1 season. So Little Fires Everywhere was not, I don't think either book was thought of as a limited series initially.
Right.
People wanted more seasons, but the authors were like, no, no, no. Do you see yourself giving us the blessing of allowing the secret lives of church ladies to go on for 2, 3, 4, even 5 seasons?
That is my hope. That is my intention.
Okay.
Absolutely. I don't see it as limited. And as my co-writer and I are mapping things out, there's so much we want to do. You know, we couldn't contain it in a season, you know? And so that would be such an honor if I was able to tell as many of the stories as I want to, you know, because just like we talked about Olivia's mother, you know, people are like, what happened to Jael? You know, because you know, it could have gone either way. And so I want to be able to answer all of those burning questions, but also introduce some new complications as well.
I love it. How fortunate are we, Carla, that we got the scoop here at GLAAW-C?
Yes.
First.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
First.
I love it. Deesha, thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for just coming and being vulnerable
so
and
welcome.
being open. And we are thrilled that you are the 2021 Langston Hughes Literary Keynote. You have blessed us. You have endowed us. And we just wish the very best for you. May God continue to pour out a blessing that's so large you can't even receive it. And may God continue to bless the work of your hands.
Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
all. Thank you, Damon.
Yes, we must thank Damon Young, the 2019 Langston Hughes Literary Keynote. I have to tell you, Pittsburgh, Carla, your hometown.
Popping off.
Yeah, you all are killing it in the literary game. And so I need you all to share some of that with Cleveland and with the region. And thankfully you have.
It's a Great Lakes thing.
It must be. It must be. Deesha, take care. Safe travels. And we hope to be in touch.
Take care. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. We hope you enjoyed that presentation. It was phenomenal.
I mean, we could end right here, but
we could. No. There's
so
much more.
We're just getting started.
Yes, this was our first session.
I don't know if I can take it all.
We have a full day to go. We're going to wrap up about 4:15 today. But right now, we're going to take a break, 15 minutes or so. So if you need to run to the restroom, grab something to drink, attend to family members, take a quick walk, do whatever you need to do, but come back and join us at 12:15. In the meantime, you're going to get some entertainment. You're going to hear from the Cleveland Association of Black Storytellers. You might get some poetry from last night's Youth Poetry Slam. And we're going to thank our sponsors and run a few slides. See you at 12:15.
Feminazi, sex as a hobby, her and her posse, women who run with foxes, walk around topless, unbound, and godless, write poetry in lipstick, Ugly chicks dickless, showing some skin for the grimace, a new generation of witches, evil cunts in dark ditches, hunt a red-headed mistress. She talks too much. She needs to be corrected, words to distort, kill and escort, dehumanize her till she's a number, inject her with plastic till she's rubber, elect her with a phallic culture, tell her she won't amount to anything, nothing more than plaything, right stripped by the gray king, then criminalize her body, like it wasn't rent to be godly, the high priestess, ruled by Venus. Jesus teaches women to be slaves, to shave and behave, engraved in her brain. She should stay afraid. Girly tokens live to obey, nevermore. Lies corrupt pores, a wife turned whore, punished goddess of yore, kitchens bare, war, and behind a closed door, tape her mouth shut. Thank you.
Lele, who shine in the night, the Basotho people from Lesotho. Long, long ago, when the children of our grandparents were still children, there lived 3 orphans, 2 boy children, and their sister Takani. When their father was alive, he was a great chief, but now he was dead. And it was Takani, their sister, who took care of them. She had to grind the corn to make the porridge. She had to cook the meat when it was brought in from the hunt. She had to fill the clay pots with water so that her brothers did not have to drink from the spring like dogs. It was Takani who took care of them. And when the time had come for them to go to the tribal school where fathers take their sons to become men, it was Takani who took care of them. They had to spend a required 5 months within the grass huts. And when it was the appointed time, Takani went up in the mountains and she prepared the clothes and the skins and the weapons for her brothers. But when she arrived, they refused to accept them. They said that they would no longer be able to come out of these huts until they each received a karos, a skin blanket, skin to hang around the hips, and also a skin shield made from the skin of the Nanabulele, those horrible creatures that shine in the night. Their skin shines as the moon and the stars give off light in the dark. She looked at them. Why do you ask the impossible? Where can I find the skin of the Nanabulele? Where?
Word went out from Takani. It spread and spread and spread and spread until all the sons and daughters of the chiefs heard the word. And when they gathered together in the village, Takani poured her heart out to them. You must find the bravest warriors in all the village to accompany me as I go to find the skin of the Nanabulele. Cheway, said the people. How can you, a woman, undertake such a task? If my father were alive, he would have secured the skin of the Nanabulele for his sons. They then understood and began to cook the meat of the oxen and the sheep, to fill the calabash full of beer, and to make the corn ground and make the corn balls. And with this, they sent Takani with all the bravest warriors of the village, such a large company, to help her find the skin of the Nanabulele. When they came to the broad stream, they thought surely the Nanabulele would be under the waters, and Takani took a hind part from the oxen and threw it in the water. and she began to sing. Nana Bolele, sons of the chief, they want skins. Nana Bolele, they want hats, they want shields. Nana Bolele, they want shoes, they want skins. Nana Bolele. Kate. The waters began to churn. The waters began to move. And they thought surely it was a Nana Bolele, but up jumped out a bullfrog. Go-roo, go-roo, go-roo. Go further. Go further down the stream where you can pick up the husk of a poison plant and dip it into the water. There you must cross. And the people traveled down the stream, and the waters began to tremble, and the water began to churn. Ka-tee! 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 Surely here, Takani and the villagers thought, this must be the place of the Nana Bolele. But nothing happened. But then the waters began to boil. Takani sang her song again directly into the water. And the water rose high above the banks and the reeds. But only an old woman appeared. And she said, come, follow me. And Takani and the villagers followed her beneath the waters. And when they came up, they found a huge village. A village that had been deserted. There was no people there, no children, no animals. And they asked, grandmother, where are all the people? And grandmother replied,
they are all eaten. They are gone. The Nana Bolele ate them all. The children, the men, and the women.
and you, grandmother?
My skin is tough and thin. They don't want to eat me, so they saved me to do their work.
They thought the old woman would lure them into a trap, but she promised them, I heard your song. You dare much. Come, I will hide you in this hole. And they went in the hole. She covered the hole with reeds and soil so the Nana Bolele would not find them. They peered under the reeds and they saw the Nana Bolele. They were coming like thunder, kadoom, 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 like a thunderous herd of oxen. When they came down the waters and into the village, they began to sniff and say, we smell the skin of human people, the stinky flesh of human. Where is it, old woman? Tutu, the old woman said. We will find it in the morning. But for now, we are too tired. And they lay down and began to snore, a monstrous snore. The old woman came and took them out of the hole and said, you must hurry and kill the Nana Bolele while they are sleeping. They chose the largest Nana Bolele and they killed him and skinned him. And the old woman told them, quick, you must leave, but take this pebble with you. It will save your life. Because when the Nana Bolele awaken and find that you have killed one of them, they will hunt your spoor. Choo-wee, said the people. And the people listened to the old grandmother. She continued and said, look to the sky and follow the red dust clouds, because those will let you know how close the Nana Bolele are.
and never forget the pebble. So as Takani and the villagers kept running and running, they noticed that the Nana Bolele was getting closer. They looked in the sky and they saw the red dust clouds. They quickly put the pebble down and it grew into a huge mountain. They climbed upon the mountain and sat safely at the top of the mountain. But then they heard the huge footsteps of the Nana Bolele coming after them. And as they started climbing to the top of the mountain, they fell and they struggled on top of each other and lay at the bottom of the mountain. But then Takani and the villagers on the other side of the mountain began to run closer and closer toward the village. And Takani summoned the dogs. And as the dogs came closer, Takani set the dogs on top of the monsters, the huge monsters, the Nana Bolele.
This they did not expect. When the dogs attacked, they returned. They returned and took their red dust clouds with them. They returned to the waters underneath where the old woman was there to care for them. And Takani was satisfied. She had done her duty to the father of those sons and found the skins of the Nana Bolele. She found a tailor who was good at making skins, and he made 2 shoes, 2 hip cloths, 2 shields, and 2 hats for her brothers. And when she took skin clothes to her brothers, they were so glad that they received those skins so they could be loosened into manhood. No one in the village had skins like this. In fact, no one in the region had skins like this. Takani had found the skins that shone in the night like the stars in the moon when the sun doesn't shine. Takani had found the Nana Bolele. We all have Nana Bolele in our lives, those obstacles that try to stop us from succeeding in our destiny.
We have to remember that we are part of a village that comes together. Harambe. Always remember the ancestors, the elders, and the children who can help you face your Nana Bolele wherever they may be.
We are back. Thank you so much for joining us. You just heard the Cleveland Association of Black Storytellers do a phenomenal job doing some storytelling. And also you heard one of our young poets from the Youth Poetry Slam from last night. If you are just joining us, you have already missed a wealth of good time with this conference. We welcome you in to the Great Lakes African American Writers Conference, GLAAW-C. But we have so much more in store for you. So you have plenty coming up. Don't worry about it. You can always watch it later. But we have in store for you now, writing on and practicing mental health in the African American community. This is going to be presented by Judy Winston and Teresa L. Winston. Now, before I read their bios, I want to remind you that if you feel so led, please feel free to donate. Any amount helps. There is a QR code that you can find on the website that you can scan and donate to GLAAW-C, growing and going. So anything you could give would be greatly appreciated. J.J. Winston is an award-winning author, a licensed independent social worker, and an attorney who for 19 years served as an advocate for individuals and their families who suffer with behavioral health disorders. She is currently employed as a magistrate in family court in Cleveland, Ohio. She is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, one of my sorority sisters. Top Ladies of Distinction, Inc., and an author of 2 novels and 1 nonfiction workbook. Teresa Winston is the CEO and a clinical psychotherapist of Winston Behavioral Healthcare, PSC, WBH. She holds a master's degree in clinical counseling and marriage and family therapy. Teresa also has an undergraduate degree in early child development. She is an adjunct professor at Metropolitan State University, St. Paul, Minnesota, teaching in psychology in the psychology department. Her specialties include working with adults who are 60 and older, adolescents, and families. She also specializes in working with couples and also does premarital work as well, and family issues. Her approach toward guiding clients is eclectic, meaning that she uses techniques drawn from many sources and adapts them to each client's needs. Teresa believes that all people are valuable and unique and should be treated with dignity and respect. So you will be seeing writing on and practicing mental health in the African American community.
Thank you. That was just a beautiful introduction, Soror. We appreciate you so. It's an honor for me and my sis, Teresa, to be here, just to give people a little tidbit of interesting information. Me and my sis are married to identical twins, and we always make jokes about the power of twinship because apparently these guys are attracted to the same type of ladies. You know, people who practice behavioral. So Teresa, you want to say a couple things?
Yes, as well, and I'm excited on platform, and it really allows us to be able to continue to do the work that we set out to. And so, thank you for allowing us to be part of this.
All right.
So my sister-in-law, we decided that in order to really get people, to pull people in, we decided that we would sort of kind of feed off of each other. And we found this might be an easier way for people to really understand. So I have a question for you, sis.
Okay,
So it's been about 3 years since I read your novel, The Anniversary. And one of the things that I really, really enjoyed about the book is, you know, how you creatively weave in barriers that we as Black people struggle with when it comes to mental illness. So, you know, can you tell everyone, you know, why you chose to do this? And overall, you know, why did you choose to like put this in writing?
You know, that's a really good question, sis. I worked at the Cuyahoga County Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Board for 19 years, where I served as the client rights officer. And in my role in that position, I often saw people, particularly people who were of color and, you know, other minority groups who were just dealing with, you know, the stigmas associated with mental health. A lot of people were having challenges and issues. And I really thought it would be most interesting to write a novel, but also educated you about mental health and its importance. So, you know, I really did want to use my novel as an ability for people to knock down some of the stigmas associated with mental health. And, you know, just looking at what's happening in our world now, we have so many people who are having issues. So I wanted to ask you a question, sis.
Okay.
You know, you have people who are, you know, dealing with this COVID environment that we're living in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And as you see in our world right now, it's been like particular attention paid to just how many people are dealing with mental health challenges due to. In your practice, what are you seeing? in particular for the African American community in respect to stigma and people seeking help during the pandemic?
Okay, so particularly for America, what I am seeing is a huge amount of fear, and fear of catching this virus, and wondering if if I'm going to make it, or if I'm going to survive. Fear of if I catch this virus, I don't want to give it to my loved ones, my family, grandma, grandpa, parents. And, if I end up with this virus and this happens, the guilt that comes with that. And so isolation is another challenge that I am seeing with a lot of my clients. And so when we have to quarantine, okay, that means that we're isolated from our families and from our friends. And in the African American community, one of our biggest values is the value that we place on the connections with our families, with our community, with our churches. And so, what I am seeing also is an influx of increase in anxiety and depression. So, yes. So let me ask you a little bit about the characters in your novel, The Anniversary. So
Okay.
tell me or tell us, where did the motivation for your characters come from?
Well, I think that the motivation came from the numbers of people that I've met throughout my journey in this world. I've seen so many people, I've worked with so many people. Oftentimes when folks read the novel, they ask me, are these people real? And I have to tell them, no, they're fiction. But I believe that, their stories are real to life. A lot of us, are dealing with challenges. My main character, Granville Stubbs, he is an attorney and a professional. He's married to an attorney who's a professional. And I think that what I really wanted to use my novel to do was to let people know that just because, you have money or you're educated, it doesn't mean that you don't have problems. A lot of people are dealing with a whole bunch of different issues, including, trauma, family secrets. And I really wanted to explore that in a space that I believe that would be safe for people, because I think that a lot of us are dealing with those things, but we've been taught, like my character in the book was taught, you don't go out telling people all your business. And particularly, you don't go out telling the authorities, which they consider behavioral health people sometimes to be, your business. And one reason I believe that that's the case is that, at one time, our children were taken and our families were broken up because there were people who were professionals who didn't look like us, viewing us through lenses that they didn't understand. So I think it's really important that we have people who look like us, who are in the behavioral health field. And, I think there's some kind of statistic that says there's like less than 2% of behavioral health specialists or people who work in this field are African American or people of color. So I just want to ask you a question, sis, because I do believe my characters are true to life. But in respect to trauma, what are you seeing with people coming in? And again, looking at this from a COVID-19 lens, because I know I've been feeling traumatized myself, you know what I'm saying? Really traumatized.
Yeah.
By this whole pandemic, don't know what's going to happen next. I believe that all of us are dealing with anxiety. I'm just acknowledging it. And I think it's important. But are you having people coming in telling you that they're feeling traumatized from the pandemic, or that they're suffering with anxiety? Speak to that some.
Yes, yes. And so I find that the biggest challenge is in our community, the Black community, is that we don't always see trauma as trauma. Okay.
Absolutely.
And so, we will internalize our feelings and our emotions. We won't talk about it. We will pray about it. And, I am a huge believer in prayer. I believe that prayer changes things. But I also think that coupled with, seeking quality care treatment, that, that is the best course of treatment for people who suffer with trauma. And so it is okay to feel your feelings and, feel your emotions. And it is also okay to allow yourself to be vulnerable, because ultimately, vulnerability is a pathway to healing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, sis. I can't agree with you more, girl.
So I have a question for you now.
Okay.
So, in the book, The Anniversary, so you focus on family secrets, which is something you mentioned earlier. Why was this so important for you to write about?
I in my work, as a licensed independent social worker, I have worked with so many people who did have mental health challenges that I believe manifested from having to hold on to family secrets. I think that, what I wanted to encourage with my novel is for people to have open dialogue with one another, in particular in families. Because even though my character is fiction, a fictional character, the things that my character goes through are real to life. And I believe that, what we need to do is to sit down, to have a safe space with our family members to talk. My character was always told, you don't be going around telling people stuff, you keep that to yourself. And he took those words seriously. And I think that just like my character, a lot of us are taught that, you know, and and we take it to heart. But I want people to know that there are safe spaces that you can go to and safe places where you can, have somebody who will listen to you, that you can talk about what's happening so that you don't internalize it and in turn, becomes a mental health, issue. So like it's important, like what you do, sis, to have people to, go and talk with. So in your practice, do you deal with people who are, coming in with family secrets a lot?
Yes, I do. And so, like you mentioned earlier, in order for them to really feel comfortable with opening up and diving in deep and talking about these issues, a safe environment has to be established first. And so usually, for me, that's what I will do. So, that first session usually involves, building rapport, getting to know each other, getting them to feel comfortable. And usually once that is established, then, people will usually start to open up and really talk about the issues that they're struggling with. And so, yeah, it's not easy, especially if it's your first time, stepping into a therapeutic type of environment. But, for me, I work really, really hard with trying to make people feel very comfortable. And I think that is like the initial stage of the therapeutic process.
Sis, just another question. We were talking about barriers a little bit earlier to mental health treatment, particularly in our community. Like, what kind of barriers are you seeing? Because I know that, a lot of people lost their jobs during this pandemic. Some people don't have medical insurance. Like, what barriers are you seeing to people being able to seek treatment? And if they do come to treatment, to be able to maintain treatment?
Well, like you mentioned, like one of the bigger um, challenges is, disparities and, not having insurance. And so I don't think that this should deter you away from seeking services. There are some clinical agencies will do sliding fees. For me, I'm very passionate about my work and what I do, and I'm willing to work with people so that they can get the care that they deserve. Another challenge that I see is there aren't many professionals who look like you and I out there in the field. And,
or it's just very few. It's some, but not a lot.
There's not a lot. And I live in the state of Minnesota. And so, there are a few of us, but, we're scattered all over the state. And it's very difficult, to find someone who is culturally competent and, who really, who's patient-centered and really understand the culture. And so that can be a huge barrier. Some people have bad experiences when they're stepping into wanting to, to seek treatment for the first time. But my advice is don't give up. We're out there. And so, there are resources such as Psychology Today and Good Therapy. These are therapists or professionals directory. So in each state, you should be able to go in and plug in your information, where you live, and it'll kick out a whole list of therapists with various specialties. You get a chance to see their picture, you can check and see if you're in network with insurances. So it gives you a whole lot of information. Also, another great way to step into this is just to visit your primary care doctor. They are trained to do many assessments, and also they can make referrals for you as well. And so, there are a lot of barriers, but these are just a few that I'm seeing most often.
Excellent.
Yeah. So in your book, The Anniversary, your character, Granville Stubbs, is struggling with a mental illness. And I really love how you honed in on, the symptoms that he was experiencing. Why did you feel that it was important to really focus on the symptoms?
Because I think that oftentimes people are having symptoms, but I just want to be clear, they're not always auditory or they're not always hallucinations. I think that when people aren't getting the treatment that they need, sometimes it shows up in your physical health. I was reading a study recently that talked about African-American men may not go and say, hey, you know what, I'm feeling down or I'm feeling depressed or I'm having anxiety. They may not say those things, or I'm hearing or seeing things. They may say I have a headache or I don't feel well. That sometimes what you see is people who are having some mental health challenges, it might manifest itself in a physical way. What I would like for people to remember is that behavioral health care is healthcare too. We used to love to say that when I worked at the Adams Board. It's important that there is a balance between, your mental health and your physical health. But I really honed in on the symptoms that my character was dealing with, because by the time, he started to realize something was really wrong, he was really afraid to try to go get help. And that's all, goes back to the stigma that we were just discussing, where it's a negative label. And you know what? It's already hard enough. I know it's hard for me sometimes to be African American. And when you start adding all these extra layers and labels, people feel a certain type of way about it. And I really wanted my character to be able to live that and to show people that this is sometimes a barrier. And what we need to do is to create safe spaces within our homes, safe spaces within our relationships, so that we're able to talk about whatever the problems are. And I also really wanted to hone in on trauma, in particular childhood trauma, because I really do believe that people who are dealing with trauma, and let's just be honest, people, we've been dealing with this since slavery. It goes all the way back to slavery. And we've been dealing with it all the way up to now, and we're still dealing with it. A lot of us are feeling traumatized with this COVID, pandemic. It has really adversely affected our community. More of us are passing away from the virus. So I just really wanted to talk about that. And I really wanted to talk about childhood trauma and to let people know that unresolved trauma can really result in a mental health, challenge, a mental health illness. So, sis, I know you work with kids a lot too. Are you seeing what I, just said? Like, you have children coming in who are dealing with trauma, and if we don't resolve it, it manifests itself. Are you seeing that?
So the age group that I typically work with is ages 12 and up. And so I work with a lot of middle school and high school students. And this has had a huge effect on their mental health as well. And so, think about being a teenager and, think about the things that during that stage, the things that they value. They value friendships. They value being able to go to school and, physically connect, with their friends and their teachers and, being able to socially engage in activities outside of school. And so, because the pandemic has put us all in quarantine or isolation, there has been a huge increase in depression and anxiety within our youth and our babies too. And so, it has affected the whole family dynamic. And so, the pandemic has been tough on all of us. And like you mentioned earlier, even us as clinicians, we are affected too because, we have families, all right, and we have children. And so, it has been really tough, really seeing the babies suffering. Yeah. And so, I wanted to talk a little bit more about stigma. You mentioned stigma earlier, and thank you for defining that, because I think it's important that people understand, the basic definition of what stigma is. And so I feel that in order, you and I both, we are huge advocates for bringing awareness to mental illness. And so in order to kick down the walls of stigma, as a community, we have to come together. We have to come together. We have to be brave enough to be able to stand up, speak up and speak out, to all the disparities and the inequalities that we're experiencing within our community. And so we have to educate our families and, our friends and our colleagues when they're using stigmatizing type languages. An example would be just, throwing a bipolar diagnosis on someone who hasn't been professionally diagnosed. And so I hear a lot of people just, using that term loosely. But think about what it would be like if, a person who did have this diagnosis was like standing by and hearing you throwing that term around. And lastly, and this is really important. So lastly, I feel that we have to check ourselves. Okay, we have to check ourselves. We have to check our attitude, and we have to take a moment to stop and really think about, how do we see mental illness? What is our perception of it? And so I think that this is a really good start towards, us moving towards really bringing down the walls of stigma.
And my main character, that was one of his issues. He didn't want people to see him as weak. And I think that is such a major part, of why some people are just resistant, because they're afraid that people will see them as weak. But you were about to ask me something, sis. I'm sorry, I just interrupted.
No, that's okay. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about your second novel. Okay.
Yes.
So in your second novel, The Commemoration, which is a continuation of your first novel, what themes does the novel explore, and what can your readers expect to, stumble upon in your book?
Well, one of the things I wanted to do is people really loved that first book, and they were going, what's going on with the second book? So one of the things I did with my COVID time was get my book done and get it out, because I think that's really important. But some of the themes that you're going to stumble upon, it's not just the whole mental health theme, which is still there though, but you're also going to learn about sickle cell disease, and you're also going to learn about human trafficking. And I added those two themes for a reason. You know, human trafficking is really, really big in our country. And a lot of people don't realize that, you know, just because, you know, you have education or you from a certain community, it doesn't mean you can't be a victim of human trafficking. And human trafficking is the new slavery. And I want people to be aware of it and to know that it happens everywhere. And that, you know, if you're seeing something going on that seems suspicious, like you said, speak up, speak out, because that could be, you know, a protection for our children. And I really wanted to speak to sickle cell disease. As you know, sis, and if everybody else doesn't know, I don't have a problem with letting people know. My daughter has sickle cell disease, and I have a very extensive sickle cell background. My father passed away from sickle cell when I was 8. And when I first started dating my husband, you know, I was unaware that he carried a sickle cell gene. He was unaware that he carried a sickle cell gene because back in his day, they didn't test the way that they do now. And I really wanted to use my book as a vehicle to encourage people to really, you know what their genes are. And I really wanted to raise awareness about sickle cell disease, which is a disease that affects primarily the African American community. And one of the things me and my daughter have been doing, which is your niece, is we started a Lego TikTok challenge. I'm going to urge everybody, if you don't know about it, to put in Lego challenge in your internet or go to my website at novelistjjwinston.com and learn about our TikTok challenge. We're asking people to step on Legos. We did this to raise awareness about the pain associated with sickle cell disease. And September was Sickle Cell Awareness Month. But I want to remind people that my daughter lives with sickle cell disease 12 months out of the year, not just one. And I'm hopeful that people will go and that they would donate, give their money, give their time, give their resources. And I just wanted to really expand on mental health and to kind of look at how that all interplays. So I know you are often dealing with people who are having maybe some issues related to chronic illness.
Yes.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I actually, just recently started working with a woman who carries the trait of sickle cell, but her son has the full-blown disease. And
like me, girl.
Yes. Yes. And so, a lot of her, her challenges come from, feeling guilty, feeling overwhelmed. As a mother, we want to help our children. And when we're not able to do that, it pains us. And, her pain has manifested into like depression. And then on top of that, she has several medical issues as well that she's trying to deal with. And so again, what she did was, she went and she sought treatment because what we said earlier is, when you're struggling and, when you try to internalize these feelings, what happens is a snowball effect. Okay. And so, the problem starts off small, but then, as it's, rolling and rolling, it gets bigger. And then you find that other areas of your life are affected, like your social connection with how you engage with your family and your friends. If you are a student, that's affected, and your functioning in the workplace is affected. So more reasons why it's really, really important to reach out, if you are struggling, because there is help out there, and you do not have to struggle if you go to my website, it is www.winstonbehavioralhealth.com. I have a resource tab there. So if you click on that resource tab, it will open up a lot of fantastic information. There is a newsletter, which I give credit to my sis here. Also, there is a mental health link. And when you click on that link, everything it's organized by conditions or diagnoses. So it makes it very easy for you to be able to go in and directly find what it is you're looking for. There is also a physical health link as well there. And so, if you're struggling with medical issues, there's links there that you can click on that will kind of help guide you into really trying to figure out the best course of action for yourself. And so go there and visit my site. There's also national hotline numbers there as well. So suicide prevention. There is just a lot of great, wonderful information, and I would advise you to visit the site.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I do have, looking at the time, I do have another question for you. And I think, I know that there are probably, our listening audience includes a lot of authors / novelists. And so, you are, I think, amazing. And
Thank you,
so,
sis.
you are a wife, you are a mother, you have a wonderful career, and you are an award-winning novelist. And so I think, tell us a little bit about how you balance all of that, and what are you doing for self-care? Because self-care is something that I preach all the time with my patients, and I implement that into their treatment plan. And so I think it's really, really important that we as a community, we learn how to take care of ourselves. So can you just share with everyone, what are some of the things that you do for self-care?
Well, I really believe in balance. I believe in having a good work, personal balance, and I'm also good at saying no. You can't do everything. And when you're in a bunch of different groups, a lot of different obligations, you can't do everything. And I think that we as African American females, we have been labeled. We're never supposed to, feel weak. We're supposed to always be strong. And that is just not real. I think that, mental health means about how well you function. And I think that, it's important to say, I need to do some things for myself. I carve out time. One of the things I do is I hang out with my sis here, who I'm talking with right now. We go on vacations together. We talk on the phone together. We just spend time together. I've carved out time for that. One of the biggest things I also do is I write. I do find writing as an escapism. I sit down, I come up with my storylines and I put them together, and I actually really enjoy it. Writing was a hobby that I'm trying to monetize. So, remember, I'm an independent author. Help a sister out. Don't forget to purchase my books. You can go to my website and do that. I got this great book bundle. Check it out. You get all 3 books for a discount. So go on to my website so you can learn more about that. And I'll send you a beautiful book bundle. You get all 3 books for a discount. But what I would really encourage people to do is that if you figure out what you like, come up with 5 things, a list, and, come up with some hobbies. Balance your time. Don't be afraid to say no. Sometimes people might be upset, but, we need to also be realistic. Just with the obligations for me and my, sorority, if they said, hey, so we're Judy, we're having, 1, 2, and 3. They have so many events and it's wonderful. We do so much great work for the world, but I can't go to all of them. Because if I did that, then that means that I wouldn't be able to take care of my other obligations. So what I'm really encouraging people to do is to practice self-care. And that means take some time every single day. And that's what I do. Every day, I take some time, even if it just means to watch a movie that's funny, where I can laugh. I really think it's important to have balance. And I'm really going to encourage that. And, read my books. That's a good way to have some self-care. Read a novel, one of mine. Do a review of one of my novels. That would really be good too. Go to Goodreads and do it. Go to Amazon if you get it off Amazon. But, I think that balance is important. And I'm really going to encourage that for people, in particular in this COVID-19 environment we're all finding ourselves in. We need to have balance. Our moderator question, is there time for people if they would like to ask us questions? We are available.
Perfect segue. We are going into questions right now. Ladies, this has been so informative and interesting to see the bridge between writing and the clinical practice of mental health. I do want to ask, so as sisters, have you ever intentionally collaborated on a project, on a writing project? Or do you consult Teresa, to flesh out your characters? How does that work between the two of you?
I absolutely do. And just so everybody knows, she is in my acknowledgement section. She is one of the first people to ever read my novel. And she didn't even know when I was writing the novel how I was polling her. So we would be, hanging out, and I would be asking her certain questions about mental health because, we both are practitioners and we're both professionals. Well, she's a practitioner. I work in the court now, but I do have a background, and so I would ask her questions. She actually helped me a lot, an awful lot, from helping me to edit my first book, to even, giving me advice. Or maybe I should think about this or I should think about that. So yes, and we're collaborating right now. We always collaborate because you know what? We married to the same dude. So we have to collaborate. We married to identical twins. Don't nobody understand but her.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And that is great that you have a good, close relationship. So you could be like, okay, now are you seeing this? Are you seeing it? Do you understand?
We do. Mm-hmm.
We do. Yeah.
That is awesome.
And like she said, no one understands but us.
Yeah.
And if you met our husbands, they seem so very mild-mannered and so nice. And they're not saying they're not nice. We wouldn't be married this long if they weren't nice. But they got an other side too.
Oh, don't we all?
Don't often see, but we see it.
Right.
So when we tell people that, they be like, "Nah, you making that up, girl."
That is awesome. So you touched a bit on the self-care, but in terms of mental health, I don't think those of us who are not in that field, we see ourselves going to a counselor, or some of us, because of the stigma, don't. But those of us who are now getting to the point where we can embrace, yes, there are times when we need help and we need counsel. We consider, okay, I'm going to seek a counselor and they're going to hear all my problems and they're going to fix me and make me better. But we never, I won't say never, but seldom do we think of it from the counselor's perspective. And in terms of how you have to be taking on so much from hearing from all of us. How do you deal with the mental self-care?
I am so happy that you asked me that question because you're right. I hear a lot of stories. And, sometimes I will see up to 30 people in a week.
Oh, wow.
And that's a lot. And you think about, being a wife, a mother, and, teaching. Again, have to find a way to be able to balance all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, one thing I make sure is that, I'm eating healthy. Okay, choosing healthy
Absolutely.
foods and keeping a good balanced diet. And sleep is so, so important. Okay. If I don't get my 7 to 8 hours of sleep, I'm irritable, I'm grouchy, it's hard for me to focus. And so I have to make sure, I go to bed at a specific time and to make sure I get plenty of rest. And so, yeah, some of the stories that I hear really grab me right here. Okay. And, so hobbies. I am a huge crafter. I love to, arts and craft. And through this whole pandemic, I took on the craft of refurbishing and restoring old furniture. And so, that was my escape. That was my, my getaway. So, if you have a hobby and you haven't really like jumped into that hobby, then do so. Or maybe introduce a new hobby. Okay. And so, and what's really, really important when it comes to self-care. So this is what I hear a lot of. Well, I don't have time to do that. Where am I going to find time to like take care of myself? And so I tell my patients all the time to, make sure you treat it as an appointment. Just like you schedule an appointment when you go to the doctor, you put it on your calendar every day, put it on your calendar. And if anyone tries to steal your time, you know what, tell them that you can't do it because you have an appointment. You have an appointment with yourself. So yes, thank you for asking me.
That is a great idea. I have to do that for certain things too, like set aside time for my personal development. You have to do it. You have to schedule time for yourself. So,
You
ladies,
do.
one last question for each of you. How can any of us who are looking for your assistance clinical wise, or who want to buy your book bundle, how can we reach each of you?
I'm going to go first quickly. You can always go to my website at novelistjjwinston.com. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Facebook. I got a YouTube channel. And then when you go to my sister's website, every month I do put out a monthly newsletter. You can go to my website and sign up to receive it personally, or you can go to her website. She's going to tell you all about it. She posts my newsletter every month. And we always have something in there about, what you can do in respect to different things for mental health. And, I just want to tell everybody, thank you for having us. This has been awesome. Get out there, do that self-care. Don't be afraid of mental health. Do not. If you need it, seek it. I'm going to turn this, the stage over to my sis.
Thank you, Judy.
So for me, my clinic is in the state of Minnesota. So a majority of my clients are in the state. And so, as I mentioned earlier, I am licensed now to practice in the state of Ohio. And I'm working towards, the whole medical insurance credentialing. And then once that is up and going, I will be able to offer virtual sessions to people in Ohio.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so if you want to reach out to me, visit my website at www.winstonbehavioralhealth.com. You can email me at info@winstonbehavioralhealth.com as well. Thank you so much for, again, allowing us to be a part of this platform. I have truly enjoyed doing this and being here with everyone today.
Thank you both so much. This was so enriching and interesting, and I really enjoyed the conversation between the two of you. I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
So GLAAW-C, oh my God, we're on a roll here. We're on a roll. So what we're going to do now is take a 2-minute break, and we will be back with more for you with this Great Lakes African American Writers Conference.
My memory is lined with traces of hope. Do you remember how teachers and guidance counselors paraded and chanted that the sky was the limit? Did they teach you how Icarus flew? Do you remember how your teachers promised that you could do anything, be anything? How they gave up telling us to say no to drugs after 7th grade because by then we were lost causes, bags of laced weed dealt back into the streets, praying we prevent another Black baby from being born in the hood, poverty being shoved down our throats like guns, praying the barrel is empty long enough for you to run zigzags away from here. We were married to the hood before we were born, basking in the euphoria of hatred-heavy streets. Gunshots were our lullabies, followed by screaming, followed by sirens, followed by death. This is why we didn't know the real definition of the Black Death. No wonder our average test scores were so low. Sometimes we were the smart kid, the diamond in the rough, the only kid who teachers cared about, assumed to be from a good background. They never asked us to bring our parents in for career day. We never had father-daughter dances. This is the reality of Black education. They equipped us with wax wings and pushed us into the sun. So yes, all my fucking poems will be about being fucking Black.
Welcome back. Oh no! Welcome back. As I wreck the studio. Welcome back. So you see a new face with us. But if you were here last year, and I don't know if you've done any of the other ones before then, she should be familiar to you if you are a friend of GLAAW-C. This is Dawn Arrington. How are you, girl?
I am wonderful, and I'm so happy to be here again. This is my 3rd year in a row.
Awesome.
Working with GLAAW-C, and it's just an honor, and it's wonderful to see you in person, Carla.
You as well. We did this together last year, and that's when I met Dawn, and she is such a cool person. Really cool notebook. We were just discussing. Is because of this notebook. So I'm going to tell you because it's her turn to be uncomfortable while she's on screen. I was telling Leah earlier, I was like, I don't know where to look while someone's talking all about me. Like, where do I don't know. Do I look away? So it's your turn.
Okay.
Dawn is a writer, community advocate, and literacy advocate. In 2018, after witnessing adult illiteracy firsthand, she decided to take action and create Comics at the Corner, a community-focused project that seeks to put literacy in the form of comic books with African-American main characters in the hands of residents of the Buckeye, Shaker, Woodland Hills, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods of Cleveland, Ohio. That alone speaks volumes because how many times do we see African-American characters in comic books? I think that's awesome. Dawn's passion for the written word is a lifelong love affair that has spanned projects such as self-publishing a romance novel in 2006 and returning to school for a master's in English and creative writing. Dawn has been a guest blogger for the innovative Sidewalks of Buckeye project and wrote the foreword for the Inner City Hughes Arts installation, Marigolds of Buckeye, by photographer and Shooting Without Bullets founder, Amanda King. The Buckeye Green Infrastructure Project marries her love for poetry and her community in a series of one-stanza poems along Buckeye Road, celebrating and explaining the North Ohio Regional Sewer District's rain garden and underground stormwater detention system along Buckeye Road on Cleveland's east side. Dawn serves on several boards, Literary Cleveland, and serves as the place-based strategies manager for IOB.org. It's helpful to have you here because then you can correct me. Dawn is also a wife and a mother of 2 spirited children. I have 2 spirited children as well. With whatever spare time she has, she's tried to make the most of it with family, friends, and whenever possible, a really good book. Dawn Arrington, I am turning the reins over to her.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Carla.
Absolutely.
I do enjoy.
Did I give you? I was wrecking the place.
I know. It's okay. It's okay.
Totally destroying things.
Yes, indeed. And again, like I said, I am thoroughly pleased and honored to be here to share this moment with you and with everyone watching online. And we're going to get right into it. Our next session is, and I'm so sorry, it is the importance of multiculturalism and diversity in children's lit. And we have 2 wonderful panelists who are going to be speaking with us. And so let me get right into our introductions. First, we have Shauna Hibbets. Shauna is a native of Cleveland, Ohio, and currently resides in Cary, North Carolina. She is the author of a children's book, My Miss. She is a motivational speaker and co-chair for the Heart of Chat podcast. She is a facilitator and a bilingual Spanish early childhood specialist of over 25 plus years. She's also known as the inner child whisperer. Maybe she could whisper to my very spirited children.
That would be helpful.
That would be. And the other panelist, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. There we go, is White. Aisha White is a mother and grandmother born and raised in Pittsburgh, where she grew up in public housing communities. She was educated at the University of Pittsburgh, where she earned her bachelor's, master's, and PhD. Say that again. She earned her bachelor's, master's, and PhD there. She has held positions at many early education programs, including Family Communications, Inc., now the Fred Rogers Productions, where she is now a consultant to the Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood television show, which is one of my favorites.
It's great.
I love it. I love it. Yes. She also has been a consultant to the Committee for Children's Imagine Neighborhood podcast and to PBS. She has coordinated arts and social activism efforts for more than 40 years and is currently the director of the PRIDE program, Positive Racial Identity Development in Early Education, in the Office of Child Development at the University of Pittsburgh. I want to welcome them both. There you are, ladies. It's so nice to see you. It's so wonderful to have you both on today's call. And I think I'm turning it right over to you 2 to have this discussion. And let's go. I'm going to be here taking notes, and then I'll pop back on towards the end of your time to ask a couple questions. Sound good?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you want to start, Shauna?
Yes, so my name is Shauna Hibbets, and I know there probably was an introduction. I kind of missed it. I'm in now. My name is Shauna Hibbets, and I am an author of a children's storybook called My Mismatched Socks Book. I am a podcast host, motivational speaker, facilitator, bilingual early childhood specialist of over 25 plus years. Yo hablas inglés en español también. And I am known as the inner child whisperer. And I am ecstatic to be here to speak about this such important topic of having the importance of having diverse characters in children's literature. Not only characters, but just the all-around diversity and cultural background of what children go through on a day-to-day basis, which is why I named my story My Mismatched Socks, because we children and people should always be able to be themselves, empower themselves through the story, just through their stories, their life, and their experiences. So I'm really happy to be here to speak with Dr. Aisha about this topic. Thank you.
Yes, and as you already heard, I am Aisha White. I am currently the director of the PRIDE program, which stands for Positive Racial Identity Development in Early Education. And the PRIDE program has three primary goals. The first is to support young Black children aged 0 to 8 to develop a positive racial identity. And I can talk a little bit more about what that means later in our conversation. We do that by working with the important adults in young children's lives, their parents, caregivers, teachers, community folks, by giving them the knowledge, resources, and skills they need so that they can support children in developing a positive racial identity. And our third goal is to raise awareness more broadly about the ways all children are impacted by race in America. We know that we live in a very racist society, and our message to everyone is that racism also affects children. It affects them very, very young, and we try to give them some ideas about how to have conversations and support children in learning about and understanding race. So did you want to begin by talking more about your work, Shauna? If not, I can talk a little bit more about what we do at PRIDE. It's up to you.
Yes, I wanted to also add to that about my mission with my work. And I'm thinking about what you just mentioned about working with the adults as well as the children. In my early childhood years, I recognized that it's all in well that we work with the child and we get them from basically birth to try to shape them and help them to understand what it's like, growing up and living in a world that is, full of racism. At the same time, I also recognize with the families and with the parents that there was a lot of missed opportunities that they grew up with, ended up carrying limiting beliefs and baggage and things of that nature. And so my work started spreading from not only working with the children, but to also start incorporating work for individuals. So right now I put in place different workshops to help facilitate to work with families that are interested in doing inner child work and inner child healing, and actually going back to those days and trying to regain where they may have lost themselves, or how to make that connection for breaking barriers that was placed in front of them. And so I love the fact that your program is not only working with the children, but you're also working with the adults as well, because in order for us to break these generational limitations, we have to all do it almost at the same time.
Yeah, I love that idea of working with the inner child, because one of the things that we've learned in our travels is that more often than not, people have had racialized experiences when they were very young. And typically they have not had a conversation with an adult to help them work through that experience. And so we've been finding all kinds of things about folks that have happened to them at the age of 5, at the age of 10, even older. For me, my first racialized experience was a lot older. I was more like 12 years old. And in my case, I didn't talk with anybody about what had happened either. It was just a television viewing experience that was, I wouldn't say it was traumatic, but it was really confusing and disturbing. But I can also talk a little bit more about the PRIDE program before we get into our discussion of the importance of multicultural books. So I already described the 3 goals that PRIDE has, but we also have 4 guiding principles, because we felt it was very important for people to understand where we're coming from and why we're coming from that space or place. And our first guiding principle is that race is central. And we made that a guiding principle because also in our travels, we encountered people who wanted to talk about anything other than race. So they want to talk about gender, ability, language, you name it, but not race, because race is really harder to talk about than almost all those things. And so we make it clear that that's what we are all about. That's what we will be talking about, teaching about, helping people learn about. The second guiding principle is that we believe that having conversations with children about race and helping them develop a positive racial identity is central to their healthy development. That is not something that is an add-on. It's something that is part of their development, and it's really central. And so it's something that you should do on a consistent basis, and you shouldn't feel like, okay, somebody's telling me something else to do. No, this is something that's at the center of what you do. Our third guiding principle is that a comprehensive approach is the one that's the most effective. And so our work entails working with parents, working with educators, working with the broader community, including the literature and the research in our work, and just involving everybody so that children are getting these messages from more than one place. And then our third guiding principle, which I have to admit is my favorite, is that ongoing learning is essential. So as a team, we read articles every other week and have conversations about them that help us stay up on the literature around race and young children. So those are a few of the things that we do.
It saddens my heart that the things that you're speaking about is still going on this far into our history. Mm-hmm. Growing up as a Hispanic in Cleveland, Ohio, my mother's Puerto Rican and my father's African American, and having bilingual programming in schools stripped away, from watching that, from wanting to, from actually coming home and telling my family that I wanted to be painted white when I was the age of 5. And my family they were so disturbed by it and they couldn't understand it. And it wasn't because I wanted to be white. It was because every time I raised my hand to answer a question, they would choose a white child to answer the question over myself. And I knew the answer. So that was disturbing in itself. Of course, I knew better, because I come from a very global-minded household in which we were taught from very early on about our complexion, even about having a second language was going to be picked at. The style of my hair was going to be picked at. They taught us in-house right away. They armed us very well. I grew up in a multi-generational home where Abuela was there. Abuela had a relationship with my African-American parents. In fact, my next children's book is called Rice and Beans Meets Collard Greens, because I'm like so over us not understanding that we come from so many different diverse backgrounds, and everything should be celebrated and it shouldn't have to be thrust into one or the other. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like those early teachings that they did in the home prepared me for the world and to be able to speak my voice and be empowered. And now I'm at the space where I want to empower others to do the same.
Well, I have to admit that I envy you, because I did not get that ever throughout my youth. Throughout my teenage years as an emerging adult. It wasn't until I encountered some Black radicals that I began to learn more about race and the history of racism in America. But that's okay, because I'm fine now. I mean, I've learned it now. I'm not in the dark anymore, so I feel good about that. And I also want to help people who are in our audience know about some of the strategies that Pride uses to achieve those goals and to meet those guiding principles. Because we're really proud of the way our program kind of evolved. Our program evolved from an environmental scan, where we did a scan in Pittsburgh of what people knew about positive racial identity, what kind of things they were doing in the classroom or at home, what the needs were. And we compiled all of our data and wrote a report. And from that report, our program emerged. So it emerged from a need that we actually researched in Pittsburgh. And what we landed on were 4 strategies. The first is working with parents. And in our focus group sessions with parents as part of our environmental scan, we asked a couple parents, what do you see as the need? What do we need really for our children? And one of the parents said, we need a village. So everybody, people are tired of that appropriated term. It was appropriated by everybody. It takes a village. But what we did was we created a program called Parent Village. And we modeled it after a previous program we had run. And it's a 6-week program where we meet with a small group of parents, about 8 to 10 parents. And we help them learn about how to talk to their children about their skin color, about their hair texture, to help them be protected from racial bullying, which often comes from children who look just like them. We help them learn more about Africa, about the diaspora, and also we help them think of themselves as resistors when they are defending their children in school. And it's such a great program. We have fun interactive games. We give parents take-home activities. We give away a picture book, which we'll get to later, in each of the sessions, and it's been very, very successful. Our second strategy is our arts component, which also has been a big hit. We've missed it for the last couple of years, or we're going to be missing it for 2 years because of COVID, and that's our pop-up mini art festival. So we actually have an outdoor mini art festival with a group of about 8 artists who create activities to do with kids, and they partner with an educator, and together they have under their tent, they're doing these racially affirming activities with kids. We have giant bubbles, we have a bounce house, we have a DJ, and we have African drum and dance, and it's just a great experience for everybody. And our third strategy is our speaker series program, which we just had a fabulous speaker series event Wednesday with Dr. Goldie Muhammad, who wrote, I'm blanking on the title of the book, Cultivating Genius. And it was a great discussion. We had lots of people, over 500 people registered for that event. We got a total of almost 300 people attending. And we did that because of that goal of helping the broader community understand the way children are impacted by race. We felt like we needed to get scholars to come in and talk to the whole community about race and young children. And that's where that idea came from. And then our fourth strategy, which has been increasing exponentially, is our professional development. So we have a professional development model that I think is pretty good. Our model consists of 5 modules. And the first module is helping people understand the history of race and racism in America. And when you think about educators and other people who work with young children, I don't think that typically they get training to help them understand the history of race and racism in America, but they need to know about it in order to have these conversations with children. We also help them do their inner work. So another module is like getting to yourself, thinking about your own racial journey, your own racial experiences. A third module talks about race in your profession, which they also don't learn much about. If you could ask any educator right now, do they know about how race has impacted the profession of education, the educational profession, the profession of teaching? They would probably say no, unless they've gone to a special university where they have courses like that. And then a fourth module is the one where we actually dig into how children are impacted by race and what the effect is of that. And then our fourth module is helping them look at all those things and figure out how they're going to change their practice. So that's what essentially our program looks like.
I am highly interested in participating in your mini art festival. That's my jam. That's my zone of genius. I love to work in the arts. I've been writing since I was a child, and I told myself before I turned a certain age, I was going to have published work. So I'm happy that I do have a published book and more to come. I love what you're doing. I love the aspect of you coming to the community and educating the community, because sometimes, like you said, speaking about race is hard, and it can become a very heated subject for a lot of people. And if you approach it in a way where people don't feel like they're in a threatening situation to defend their own skin or who they are, I think that's one of the best approaches to take. My family is extremely diverse. No one looks like each other. We have red hair, we have freckles, we have white, we have blonde hair, we have blue eyes. It's because everyone kind of married different partners outside of their races. So I grew up with cousins where people would say, that's not your cousin. That can't be. You're not the same complexion, but look at your hair, and that kind of stuff. So even in my own family, they love who I am, but there are times where I've had to have conversations with them in my own flesh and blood that look different, that affords them to have life in a different manner than I have. They can't see it or understand it, and it baffles me. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
One time we were out of town for a family gathering, and I was with my cousins, my Caucasian cousins, and we were at a hotel. And this was back in the day where hotels closed. They didn't have fitness for 24 hours. Fitness was closed like 9 o'clock at night. And so they wanted to go in the fitness room and exercise. And my sister and I were like, no, the sign says it's closed. And they went in there and they exercised. It was a big window. We're watching them and they're riding the bikes and they're having a good time. And they came and they were like, Shauna, and my sister's name is Sabrina, why didn't you go in there with us? And I was like, you don't understand. You're white and we're Black. If we go in there and we get caught on camera or somebody comes by, we're going to get in a lot of trouble. And to them, they were like, well, you're our family. We love you. We don't look at you like that, but the world does. And it's so hard for them to understand that. And to this day, as adults, you know, they're more compassionate to it just because of all of the things. One of the best things that ever happened to me through COVID is that everyone has to buckle down on their diversity and inclusion in their organizations and companies. And it is not acceptable not to have one now. And a lot of people that are leading them are people of color. They're coming into these organizations. They're speaking to them straight away. I've spoken to three people this week about their diversity and inclusion at work. Every last one of them had a different experience. You had one where people are just tiptoeing around it. You have one where people are just going straight for the, gusto, like this is the issue, this is the problem. You're just going to feel uncomfortable about it, And then there's one where I experienced being on a board with Frontline Services. I really liked it. It was a happy medium because we also want our Caucasian brothers and sisters to feel comfortable enough to ask the questions, to understand, because they're clueless too. Like they're dealing with a situation in which their grandparents and peers have set all of this into motion, and they're caught in the middle of everything. And so just having a situation in which everybody feels comfortable in their own skin, in their own walk, and having that respect level for each other is the types of conversations and rooms that we need to be having.
I agree totally. So I can start by talking about how we use picture books in the Pride program, if that's okay with you, and then you can talk more about what you do. So, and then I'll talk a little bit about the story I share with you about the research that one of my colleagues has been doing with pre-service teachers using picture books. So the first way that I'll describe is, the first thing I'll say is that if there's ever an opportunity to use a picture book for anything, I am open to it. I have been a big fan since I worked for a program called Beginning with Books, which was an emergent literacy program in Pittsburgh that was really well known in the region. They gave out thousands of quality picture books. They did trainings. They had outreach programs to childcare centers. They just did fabulous work. And the two co-directors really instilled in me a love of picture books. I liked them anyway before I started working there. But then I really learned about the value of picture books and what they can do for children. And so at the Office of Child Development, where I work, we're also going through a process of shifting from being more of a service organization to one of social justice and equity. So we're trying to integrate our learnings about that into our practice. And so we've been engaged in ongoing professional development as a full organization. And I led a number of those trainings that we've done internally. And in one of them, I had the idea of using picture books to help staff better understand a little bit about the history of race and racism. And so I found some books. Let's see, one's When Marion Sang. Another is a book about an Asian woman and her struggles to enter the movie industry. Another is about Tomas and the Library Lady. And then there's some other books that I've been promoting to do the same thing, the story of Ruby Bridges. But then I also used a book called, here it is, Roberto Clemente.
Classic.
Pride of the Pittsburgh Pirates, obviously Pittsburgh. Everybody loved Roberto Clemente, and so many people treated him so unfairly because of his race and because of his language. And so what I did in that training was ask staff a series of questions and then gave them some information about a history that was tied to the book, and then had them read the book together in small groups and then have a conversation in response to a series of questions. So that's an example of how you can use a picture book with adults to help them learn about race and diversity.
Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
fascinating.
Mhm.
Very fascinating. I am so
Yeah.
happy to hear about that.
Another way that we use picture books is in most of our trainings, we try to use a picture book any way that we can. So right now, I'm about to do a training around the history of race and racism. And with those staff, I'll be showing them those books that I just described and talking about how even though teachers might think that it's impossible to talk about these difficult issues, picture books are the segue for you to get into those conversations. And so another book that I didn't mention just now is called When We Were Alone. And it's a picture book about Indigenous people. And it's a story of a conversation between a child and her grandmother. She's asking her grandmother why she wears bright colors, why she wears her hair long. And in every response, it's because when I was sent to school, when I was sent to schools, I'm blanking on the name of the schools, residential schools, they made us change everything. We had to cut our hair, we had to change our clothes, we had to change our language. And it's a real simple dialogue between grandmother and granddaughter, but then you still get that history. You get a sense of what Indigenous people experience. And so, the trainings that we do, sometimes we do trainings that are specifically around how to use picture books, and sometimes we just use them using that model, but then try to integrate picture books into the training wherever possible. And then a third way that we use it is in Parent Village, which I described earlier. So in Parent Village, there is always a book that's connected to the topic of the training, more than one typically. So one we use is I Love My Hair. For our session on helping your child to appreciate their hair, we give them that book, but then we also share information about the history of Black hair in America. And then let's see, more recently, we've been doing a series of Parent Village trainings that's different. It's focused specifically on African American vernacular English. And so what we're doing is showing parents the film Talking Black in America, having conversations about that film. We give parents a book every week, and all of the books are written in African American vernacular English, which, by the way, it's not easy to find many of them. So one of the books we use is a classic. It's called Stevie. It's by John Steptoe. And then another one that we use is a book called Do Like Kyla, which is about a little girl and her sister. And so that's another way that we use it in trainings with parents. And then the last thing that I want to describe, the other thing I should also mention is that I often try to encourage teachers to use books about Africa, because those books are few and far between in collections. So what I'll say is I think that there's a need for improvement of children's book collections in all classrooms in general, focusing on all different races and ethnicities of people. But I also think that there's a significant absence of books about Africa. So here's a book that we give to our parents, Ashanti the Zulu. But we also gave our parents a long list of books about Africa because they had requested it from us after seeing that book, Ashanti the Zulu. I know I'm going kind of fast.
No, you're fine. I'm a supporter and a lover of using children's book to help teach and train, because we have to start from the very beginning. It's all about early childhood at the end of the day. It's going down to the roots. And that's the only way we're going to connect with parents and adults to help them break those generational limitations. And if we got to take it all the way back to elementary, that's what we have to do. When I published my Miss Smith Socks book last year, I want to show you the cover of the characters. So the characters are my sister and I. So I'm in the green, my sister's in the purple, and I use our middle names in this book. And I got a lot of flack about the complexions. I had people say, well, that's not your complexion. It's a little bit richer. It's a little bit darker. Your sister is a little bit lighter than that. I think you should go back and have that redone. And I'm like, no, wow. I'm not. And I'm like, and I was like, because this is not about me. This is about, like, how many books do we have out here where children can identify themselves with a nice, rich brown coloring? on all levels, on whether you're Cuban, Hispanic, African American. Like, we don't have a lot of books. That's why I love when Tyrese came out with Chocolate Me, you know, because in that book caused a lot of, it was a lot of talks behind that, right? And I was so happy that he came out with that book. I was happy when I saw it in an all-white library in Cleveland. I was like, yes, it stood out. You know, it was just beautiful. And we don't have enough of that. And using picture books to educate adults, to me, is the most genius way ever. I decided to create a workshop called my Mismatched Socks Workshop, adult version, that I now host and facilitate at Martin Luther King Library in Cleveland, Ohio. I just finished one of my sessions, and we go deep. We do a deep dive. It's self-discovery work. It's transformational. They spend 2 days with me, and it's all based on the principles from this book: blazing your own trail, embracing your inner self, getting to know how to break those generational limitations that was placed on you, whether it was your color, your hair, whatever it was. And one of the things that I talked about in the workshop was the color red. When I was growing up, my grandmother, my abuela, she didn't speak English. So she was like first generational from Puerto Rico to New York, and then New York to Cleveland. And she told us when we were growing up, and I didn't know this until last year. Last year, I was doing a therapy session with a friend of mine, and she asked me, you know, about wearing the color red. And I said, oh, I don't wear the color red. And she said, why don't you wear the color red? You surely have a pair of red pumps or something. I was like, you know what? I don't have any red. And so I started meditating on that, and I journal a lot, and I write a lot, and I dig deep. I do a lot of self-discovery work with myself first. And what I came up with was, I realized why I don't wear the color red, because my Hispanic grandmother told me that Black people did not look good in the color red, and that you should never wear that color. And I'm like, and I didn't realize that, like, that played in my head subconsciously as a child, single digit age, all the way up to now. And so it just goes to show how much we pick up along the ways because of our color or our hair. And even people in our own families may plant seeds that they don't even know where they got the seeds from. You know, it's like, you know, and they're passing these things down. And so I love that you are using a program with children's books and picture books to address that with adults, because I really truly feel like if we work as hard as with the adults as we do with our children, we will get to a place where this will be a ripple effect, and our human experience here is going to be much better for everybody involved.
That is the hope. That's the reason so many of us do this work. So one thing that was really a revelation for us as part of Pride is the director of the Office of Child Development, who was at the beginning a team member of Pride. So she would come to our meetings until she changed positions. And she was trying to think about ways to integrate some of what we were doing into the course that she taught at the University of Pittsburgh. And I think she came up with this really brilliant idea of asking pre-service teachers. Now, mind you, Pittsburgh is very white, but even though it's a university, the students who are in education come from everywhere, but the majority of them are also white. So that's the next generation of teachers. That's a whole nother subject that we could talk about. So it's mostly young white and female students who are in her class. And the idea she came up with was to use 2 picture books, ask the students to read the books on their own, and then record themselves reading the book with a partner, and then having a conversation with that partner about how they would use the book in a classroom. And she asked me which books, and just right off the top of my head, I said Chocolate Me. And then I said Nina Bonita.
Oh, Nina Bonita.
Because Chocolate Me is one of the few books that I know about where there is obvious racial bullying against a Black child by white children. I don't know of many other books that have that kind of storyline. And then Nina Bonita, because it's one of few picture books that not only illustrates a beautiful, very dark child, but also the story is one in which she is held in really high regard by the character who actually adores her. And so I was like, okay, we have to use these 2 books. And so we thought that we would get conversations about how they might start having a conversation with kids about racial bullying, questions about skin color, conversations about skin color, delving into the whole issue of somebody being really dark. And boy, were we surprised. Some of the pre-service teachers were not even able to say the words white and black in their conversation with another student. They sometimes shifted the story, and instead of questioning why the white boys in Chocolate Me were racially bullying the black child, changed it around and said, well, we need to, the reason, we're wondering why it is he doesn't like the way he looks. And we're thinking, well, he was bullied. That's the reason that he's responding.
Obvious.
Yes. And with Nina Bonita, they talked about things like genetics and genealogy, and they got confused about the rabbit who's one of the characters who wants to have black rabbits. It's not that he wants to be black. He wants to have black rabbits. And so he goes through all these things to try to figure out how to do that. And so it was like straight over their heads. Hopefully they're not listening to this conversation. But I'm being really accurate about some of their responses. And so like, whoa, at least I was like, whoa, I am not going to encourage teachers to use books like this if they are not prepared to use books like this with young children. And so the final reporting from that study, it was a very long process because we went through this coding process and we used all these categories to try to figure out what it is we're seeing in their conversation. So it's not complete yet. It should be before the end of the year, but it was quite an eye opener. And in their defense, these pre-service teachers probably needed a whole lot more before they were asked to take on that task. And so that's just something that people should think about when they think about teachers using picture books that are diverse. First of all, training them so that they're able to use them, and then sort of easing them into that process. So since that experience, what I've been doing is encouraging teachers to start out with books like, no, I don't see my book. Yes. Just About a Black Family, or Whistle for Willie, or Peter's Chairs, and and the Ezra Jack Keys trilogy, so that you at least become comfortable talking with kids about different skin color before you delve into any conversations about race with young children.
They definitely needed a precursor.
I was just I'm gonna jump in here because you said something that was really, really interesting about, I hope that they're not listening. I actually hope that they are. Because it's very, very important to draw a distinction, I think, between calling people out and calling people in. There's a space to call people in and include them in conversations and create a feedback loop that's really that feeds the conversation and not creates more division. And so I do have a couple questions for you both.
Okay.
And I thought that this was a great point for me to kind of, but I had one for, I am so sorry. I had one for, I just closed out my screen. Sorry. Here we go.
Shauna for Aisha.
Yes, thank you. I was about to say Ms. White. Okay, so Ms. Aisha, I have a question for you first. As you heard in my bio, I am the mother of 2 very spirited children. One is 13, one is 11. And I often feel very inept when we're talking about things like race, because I was raised a certain way. So I'm doing a lot of unlearning and relearning. And not a lot of people have the parent village available to them. So I am just very curious, is there a goal for maybe like a train the trainer for the parents that go through the parent village? And then also, if not, that, which is fine, right? But I'm also curious, like other spaces, other places, starting points for parents that you would recommend.
So in terms of train the trainer for parents, we had hoped that we would be able to develop parent ambassadors who could also, transition into a position where they could share the content from Parent Village, but we haven't gotten there. One of the strategies that we had hoped would work, since we present Parent Village by partnering with family support centers, that we would be able to train their staff so that all of the parents that come through their program, they could train them. But they're so overworked that their directors were like, nope, our staff are not, they don't have time to train that. But thanks for reminding me of that. It's something that we do want to see, because we feel like, the parents who are actually in the process of raising their children now are better prepared would be better to work with other parents. I'm a mom and a grandma, but I'm not, working with like a 0 to 8-year-old right now. So thanks for that question. Could you ask the second part of the question again?
Yeah, it's just, and I think both of you actually could probably point to this or answer this, which is, where do we start? Where do we go? I started a comic book program here in Cleveland, in my hometown, where I distribute comic books in my neighborhood. But it's more about literacy, but also making sure that people had characters that look like them. But I struggle with knowing where to turn, what are the resources that are accessible, because you don't know until you know.
There are lots more resources available, I think, now than when we started back in 2016, 2017. One of the primary ones that I always recommend is a website called Embrace Race. It's all one word. They have tons of archives of webinars that they've done with people talking about positive racial identity, talking to children about race. They're about an hour long, so if you want to watch a couple of those videos. And I don't know exactly what their age range is, but I do think that a lot of the content would still be applicable to children, the age of your children. And then there's also a site called Raising Race Conscious Kids that I would also recommend. And then there's a book that I just got. I took it upstairs, so I don't have it in front of me. That was written by a student who just finished her doctoral research. And her research was very compelling and sad. If we have time, I can talk about it. But she wrote a book called Positive Racial Identity. It's sort of like a guidebook or a tip book. So I could, at some point, get that information to you through Leah. So it's only about 70 or so pages long, and it just talks about why it's important and how you engage with children in developing their positive racial identity.
Awesome.
I had a couple tips on that. Please. When you said, where does it starts with us. It starts with you as an individual. I'm a big believer on journaling. I'm a big believer on meditating, and just taking that simple question, what you said, and adding a little bit more to it and actually writing to it. So whatever parts of your parenting journey that you're feeling that you're struggling with, or it's a challenge with when it comes to certain topics with your children, write about it. Write about why are you struggling with that, and get to the root of it so that you're able to find the right tools and tips and be prepared and feel confident in delivering the information. Just like what Dr. Aisha was talking about with the teachers needed almost a 101, a 101, a 101. Sometimes we can't just jump right into it. Sometimes we got to flesh some things out of us. So I would say start with yourself first. What does that mean to you, or the topic at hand that you're trying to speak to your children about means to you? How do you feel about it? Where did your thought processes come from? Is it the real truth for yourself? Is it part of your core essence? And then I wanted to suggest Multicultural Book Day. I'm not sure if you all have heard of Multicultural Book Day. They are in their 9th year, I believe it. I think the 9th year, every January, the last Friday in January is Multicultural Book Day. And it was 3 women came together, 3 moms came together over 10 years ago. It was a grassroots efforts, and their whole mission was to get diverse children's literature, diverse books into the hands of teachers, educators, parents, and in any space that they can get them in. And what they do on the last Friday in January is it is a humongous push on social media. It's huge on Twitter, it's huge on Instagram, it's huge on YouTube. And what they do is they ask for authors that have children's books that has diversity, content in it, and diverse characters. And then they pair them with book readers, bookgrammers, people that support it. I have a YouTube channel called Storytime with Miss Shauna. When I first started with my brand online, I just started reading other people's books on there and bringing the love of culture and diversity. While I was working on my book, I was trying to get people to understand who I was, because a lot of times we were doing work in person, but no one knew who we were online. Mm-hmm. So I started doing that 7 years ago. And I fast forward to now, I've got a lot of work done in that area. But Multicultural Book Day, I'm a co-host with, and what they have done in 9 years is amazing. And you will be surprised that the 3 women that came together to do this were 2 Caucasian women and an Asian woman. And it really hurt their soul that Black children and children's educators did not have the resources. So people like myself will donate 2 copies, and then someone would write a review, or they would do a video on it or speak about it. And then on, like I mentioned, on the last Friday in January, there's a big Twitter party, and they ask the hard questions. There was a question one year that they asked on Twitter: do we believe that white authors should write children's diverse books? And it was, I answered this question. A lot of people answer this question. And I answered this question, and it's not that I don't feel like they shouldn't do that. Okay, so there's 2 foes. You have those that's running on the bandwagon of trying to get accreditation because they know that people are making these books like hotcakes right now. Mm-hmm. And then they don't care. It's just, oh, this is the fad, this is the thing. So I'm going to just have a couple of brown characters in there. Boom, I met my quota. But you do really have people that really have a mindset for it, that want to change, that are global minded, and that want to be involved. And I just felt like if they can relate to any content of what the Black or brown struggle is, I don't see anything wrong with them writing those books.
So I saw your note for us to try to wrap things up, but I wanted to close. I just wanted to close with 3 quick things that I learned when I was working at Beginning with Books. The first is that reading books to children strengthens relationships between whoever's reading the book with them. Reading books builds a love of reading early on. And the really interesting quote that I have from my work at Beginning with Books is, when you're reading to really young children who haven't gone to school and don't know how to read, it says, they say, Beginning with Books says, when you read to children, they will think you are magic.
Facts. Well, they used to think I was magic. They're older now. Ladies, Aisha, Shauna, I really want to thank you so much. There's so much more that we could delve into. I appreciate you both. This has just been enlightening, and thank you so much, both of you, for your words of advice, not only to me, but I think that there are other parents out there that are facing, listen, there are no easy answers when it comes to parenting. Right? There are no simple solutions. This is complexity science 101. And so I thank you both so much for the resources and pointing our audience into the right direction. This has been wonderful. And I think we're going to go into a break now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
All right. So we're going to go into a 10-minute break. We are at 2:02 and we will be back at 2:12.
Knock, knock. Open your eyes. The days go by and time still flies. Who am I inside? I thought I knew. Broken, I don't know. Searching, I'll go and go until I see a light, until I feel it. No more daydreams, just night screams. Is it over yet? The man isn't above. He's within.
Hello.
This silence is a harmony of poise and grace. Face unturned, a moment for which I yearn. If I could, I'd live here. Calms in the absence of chaos. The mattress touches the floor. A room littered with trash and holes in the wall. This silence, a different universe, and I sit. Hear my pulse refracting off my palms. Hear every breath, every twist and turn, the shifting of my organs back to baseline as my body stops the shaking. Man-made boulders slam against the ground. The silence rushes from my fingers, and there I am, just as hollow as before. Thank you.
I'm Ms. Jed, and I'd like to share a down south survival story with you today. Big Mama could burn. Now that's just another way of saying Grandma knew how to cook. Everybody in that little old town way down south talked about Big Mama's cooking, especially her sweet potato pies. But if truth be told, Big Mama wasn't a big woman at all. Well, she wasn't even a mama. But to everybody in that little old town way down south, she was Big Mama, 'cause she had that special kind of love, that grandmother love. Even the little children loved to run errands for Big Mama 'cause they knew they'd get a slice of Big Mama's sweet potato pie. And it was so entertaining to watch the folks when they ate a slice of Big Mama's sweet potato pie. Ingredients, you could taste everything. Cinnamon, vanilla, nutmeg, and yes, sweet potatoes. That sweet potato pie was sweetened just right. And oh, the crunchy crust. There was no other like it. Folks in that little old town way down south called it the BMS, Big Mama Special. Then one day it happened. Big Mama got a letter in the mail. No, it was not a letter with good news. It was a letter threatening Big Mama. Well, the bank had sent a letter to Big Mama, threatening if she didn't pay the loan she had borrowed back, they would take her house. Now, Big Mama was not one of those people to sweat the little stuff or the big stuff. Anytime there was a problem going on with Big Mama, she just commenced to humming. Then Big Mama thought, the festival is coming up this Saturday. That's what I'll do. I'll make some sweet potato pies. But I'm gonna need a little help. Oh, that's not a problem. I'm Big Mama. I can get all the help I need. So Big Mama commenced to walking down the road a little piece. When she came to the first house, she slowly walked up the steps and then she knocked on the door. A tall, thin, fair-skinned lady wearing a scarf on her head came to the door. She said, how you be, Big Mama? Big Mama said, I be fine, child, but I'm going to need some help making my sweet potato pies for the festival this Saturday. Now, Big Mama didn't realize she hadn't said nothing but a word, because everybody wanted to know what she put in those pies. So the young lady said, Big Mama, Me and my sisters and my children be glad to help you. Let us know when. Well, in no time, the young lady, her sisters, and her children were at Big Mama's house. Well, Big Mama had the little children wash the sweet potatoes, and then she sent them to the store while she put those sweet potatoes in a big pot of water and boiled them. Then she explained to the ladies how she wanted everything done, because she didn't have time for mess up. She explained when they take out those sweet potatoes, they needed to be knife tender. When they put the knife in the sweet potatoes and took it out, it should be easy to slide out. Well, they all worked in that kitchen together. Around 10 o'clock that Friday night, they had baked 200 pies. It happened to be one of those ladies helping Big Mama happened to have a husband with a tractor and a wagon. The next morning, he pulled up with his tractor and his wagon hitched to it. They piled all those pies on. Then Big Mama, the ladies and the children rode to the festival. Big Mama didn't mind riding on the wagon because she was hot and tired from cooking pies all week. When they got into town, people had come for as far as 50 miles to that festival. Everybody and their mama was buying Big Mama sweet potato pies. By the end of the festival, Big Mama had sold 198 pies. Now, the reason she didn't sell those other 2 pies, because she put them in a judging contest. And both of those pies won blue ribbons. Now, on the way back, as Big Mama sat on that wagon riding home, she thought, those folks in the bank ain't gonna bother me at all, because I made enough money to pay them back for the next 2 years. When she got home, she gave the 2 pies to the ladies who had helped her. And she kept the ribbons as a memory in hard times. Well, Big Mama got a letter just about every other day asking her if she baked sweet potato pies for different events. Sometimes she said yes, and sometimes she said no. Well, of course she got paid for doing it. And as for the ladies, they talked and talked about the time they spent in Big Mama's kitchen, making those sweet potato pies for that festival. Now, folks, I hope you will have a sweet time at this writing conference, and I'll see you around when the pandemic is over.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that story. We are coming around the mountain. We are in the second half of the Great Lakes African American Writers Conference. If you have the opportunity, please make sure that you download the QR code. You see it up there. We do have some great sponsors, but it's always helpful to have a little bit more. In the great words of our founder and director, Leah Lewis. So we are going into our next session, which is called Poets and Journalists, a dialogue on writing in community. We are joined by 3 of our scheduled 5 panelists. I'm going to read their bios first. We may be joined by the other 2, so I will introduce them as well. But first up, we have Kevin Chill Hurd. He is the founder and executive director of the nonprofit organization My Cool Solutions, Inc. Kevin is a lifelong journalist and currently president of the Greater Cleveland Association of Black Journalists, the award-winning Cleveland chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists. As president, Kevin was pivotal in securing the upcoming 2025 National Association of Black Journalists National Convention for his home city. Kevin may be best recognized from the 1980s as Cleveland's pioneering rap artist MC Chill. Kevin is proud to have served for over 25 years at the legendary Call and Post newspaper. It's over 100 years old. Beginning as an award-winning entertainment editor, he later became the paper's general manager and managing editor. In addition to his work in journalism, he has returned to his radio roots as executive producer and host of Chill Talk on Radio 1's News Talk Radio, WERE. Next up, we have Michelle Smith Quarles. Hey, girl. It's great to see you. Michelle is a writer, educator, cultural facilitator, and native Clevelander. She is the programming associate with Literary Cleveland, an organization very close to my own heart, and teaching artist for Lake Erie Inc. Michelle is the author of the poetry collections Ariel and Black, which came out in 2015, and the Vagina Analogs, which came out in 2020. She has been published in Poem, Memoir, Story, Meridians, Feminism, Race, Transnationalism, The Normal School, and the Gasconade. I'm bad at that. Sorry. Review. She has been a featured reader, instructor, and panelist at the Lakewood Public Library, the East Cleveland Public Library, the Cuyahoga County Public Library, the Cleveland Museum of Art, Cleveland Drafts, Brews, plus Prose, PNC Fairfax Connection, Case Western Reserve University's Writers House, and Literary Cleveland's Incubator Conference. She is also the creator, co-producer, and director of Black's Museum, an annual performance showcase for Northeast Ohio artists open to all forms and dedicated to honoring notable Black figures in American history and culture. All right, I practiced this. Gianna Nerdine. Did I get that right?
So close. Angiana Nerdine.
Angiana.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Dang it.
You were very close.
I just knew I was going to get it right. Angiana Nerdine is a University of Wisconsin-Madison alum 2021, Black woman, journalist, trailblazer, and cuisine and coffee enthusiast. Nerdine recently served on the National Association of Black Journalists Board of Directors as the student representative from 2019 to 2021, and as the managing editor of the Black Voice at UW-Madison. This summer, she worked as a freelance broadcast associate for research for the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell. Nerdine currently attends Columbia University in the city of New York, where she is working towards her Master's in Arts in Politics in the Journalism School. Her areas of interest include political theory, Black feminism, public opinion, racism, American history, and the African diasporic culinary history. And for the other two that may join us, I just want to do a quick introduction of them as well. We have Keisha Nicole Foster, and she is the recipient of the 2019 Cleveland Arts Prize for Emerging Artists in Literature. She is the author of poems 1999 to 2014 and Bloodwork. Foster is also in her 4th year as a regional coordinator for Poetry Out Loud, a program of the Poetry Foundation and the National Endowment of the Arts. Sponsored through the Ohio Arts Council, Foster crafted and commissioned poems for the Tamir Rice Foundation and their event, Arts, Activism, and Legacy at the Cleveland Museum of Art, Giving Back, the Soul of Philanthropy, reframed and exhibited, sponsored by the Soul of Philanthropy at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Foster holds a BA from Cleveland State University in English and Creative Writing. And lastly, we have Vincent Folks. Vincent, artist, audio engineer, and entrepreneur, is a creator of stories, rhythm, and music, aiming to use his words to reveal truth and inspire. He has received writing awards for his poetry from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Inc., Carnegie Mellon University, along with being named City of Asylum's 2020 Youth Poet Laureate of Allegheny County. He is also the founder of Folks, the brand, an urban streetwear company. Vincent is currently working on building his presence as a music artist, his college career at Point Park University, and his newfound career as an audio engineer. I'm not sure if we lost Michelle. She's coming back. So we're going to start the conversation with Angiana, right? Got it right the second time? Okay. Angiana and Kevin. And then Michelle will come back into the session. So you two have the floor right now. Thank you. There's Michelle. All right.
I'm hoping that I was having audio difficulty. Is it still happening? Do you hear me? Am I okay?
Just great.
No feedback? Okay. Well, I'm glad to be great. Okay, good. Glad to be here. So happy to see these faces and engage in this conversation. I was just joking with Angiana earlier that it's always the poets that act up. Whenever you get a group of people who write together, it's always the poets that people think are like emotional ones and the ones that are a little bit hard to pin down and then and see how they do. But I'm here to facilitate, but I can represent the poets. And as we were saying right before, Chill is an MC, which is also a poet. We tend to forget that, so we kind of have both sides represented. And I think we're gonna do fine, and hopefully they do join us. But if not, we're gonna make it happen. So I had a couple of questions that I wrote down that I wanted to just sort of bring into the mix, just to get started. And I think the first thing is to think about what is the job of the poet in the community, and then what is the job of the journalist in the community. And then I think we can start to think about the ways that they maybe intersect or how they bounce off of each other. So does somebody want to tackle what is the job of the journalist or what is the job of the poet in the community?
I can start, obviously, with the job of the journalist. And by the way, I just want everybody to know that it is homecoming at Kent State University. So I am currently inside of a classroom at the world famous Oscar Ritchie Hall, where it all began for me. But certainly, as a journalist, the answer to that is easy. It's one, to advocate for our people. And if you have to excuse me, because I've been working for the Black press, Black media a long time. So sometimes instead of just answering the questions for press in general, I'll say the Black press or Black people. But certainly the job of the media is to, one, advocate for the community that it serves, to give voice to the voiceless, to be that soapbox and that speaker for the people, to amplify what the community is talking about, what the community is feeling, but also to be able to speak to the community that it represents, not just to speak for them, but to speak to them in a way that they can trust, that they should trust. We hear all of this about fake news. Man, that's disastrous. If people are not able to trust their news sources, then it's a problem. So we all have ethics that we need to follow as journalists. We need to verify all the information that we give and not create the news, but follow the news and give it to the people as we find it, not try to shape it to how we want it. So to advocate for the people and to speak honestly to the people is the job of journalists. And that's where is it more important than in the Black community?
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to add on that, I was also going to say, I think in advocacy, you're bringing the truth to light through storytelling. You're bringing the truth through the narratives of the people. And also, is it okay to call you Kevin and Michelle as well? Just
absolutely.
Okay. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I might also have to get headphones too. Thank you. I think it's also really important to bring in that historical and cultural perspective. I think that social media is a great tool. I think that it's being used a lot more now in news specifically. But I think it's really important to bring that into research. For example, when we look at current events talking about racism, it's not just that police are killing Black people. Let's also look at the historical perspective and bring it back to the roots of the problem, and to be able to show a larger problem, and to be able to just provide more than just here's what's happening and here's what you need to know, but how can we fix this problem? What can we do more going forward? And I, just kind of bringing together with poetry, I think through storytelling, through narrative, I think that those are both really great ways that we can, work together to bring the truth to the surface.
Okay. Do you want to, you tackle journalism. I was going to throw poetry at you, or should I say sort of where I see poetry fitted in the scheme?
Yeah, go ahead, talk about poetry.
Well, I mean, I think like you said, there immediately when you start to talk about the job of the journalist, you touch upon so much of what I feel like the job of the poet is. I think the only thing that I would add, I definitely think, giving voice is probably the biggest sort of part of the poet, is to say the things that, are not usually said in journalism, or that are not, sort of expected in journalism. And also the things that a lot of times people don't hold a mic out to hear. You can get the facts and the numbers and the stats, and there's a importance to that and understanding that. But I think when I think about poetry, I think about expression. So I do think about stories. I definitely think that's where we intersect with narrative, where people are telling their stories. But I think what we kind of are able to do, or what we need to be doing, is beneath the story, the official account of things, to say how it felt, what it looked like, where it was in the body, where it was in the heart, what it did to the soul. Like the really sort of personal and unique and individual, and blood and tears and sweat and human part of it. And so, but I think they don't run at cross purposes, right? Because I know a lot of times poems have come out of news stories. Things that I've seen on the news have caused me to want to talk about, this thing from using my form of writing. So I definitely think, like you said, that intersection is there. And when we talk about history too, yes, it's so important. Journalism will give you the historical, like the narrative, right? And show you the background and how it connects to right now. But poetry can maybe get underneath, again, like that formal story, and maybe speak about what those people might have actually felt inside of it. Okay, chill. And just give it a little bit more of a like human, like you can feel it, you can smell it, you can touch it, you can see it, kind of thing. If that makes sense. So,
and to add on to that as well, what I think is beautiful too, and as I'm studying at Columbia Journalism School, the longer form narratives allow you to bring in more of those industries, just like you were talking about, what does it sound like? What can you smell? What can you hear? What can you taste? All those different things. And I think that common conception about journalism too is that we're supposed to be, objective, and we're supposed to be formal, but I think what's really beautiful about the journalism that incorporates that subjective, that incorporates, the narrative, human being, the person, and also just, literary aspects, metaphors, alliteration, all of those things. I think that that's what makes journalism so beautiful. And I think also the podcast and video and all of these different multimedia forms, you're able to kind of incorporate those different aspects that I think formerly we haven't maybe been able to see in journalism.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Can I? And I'd like to add too that I got a chance to speak as a journalist, but as you said, as an MC, somebody that was in the pioneering of the golden age of hip hop. That was an important speaking to our community, to what's going on in the world. That a lot of how our world has been reshaped information wise has come through MCs, rappers, those lyricists, through hip hop. Some of our greatest media outlets have come from groups like NWA, Public Enemy, X-Clan, people who have spoken from the streets, observers of what is happening in our community, and using it as a megaphone to not only to speak to our communities, but in the case of hip hop, to speak to the world. So I just wanted to throw that one in for the rappers.
I was just no, and I'm so glad that you brought that up, because that was one of my, when I was thinking about the intersection of poetry and journalism, I was thinking about when I used to watch Yo. You remember, used to come on Saturdays and
MTV Raps.
Fat Five Freddy, and Freddie would go to every city. So whenever he did an interview, he would go to the actual city where the people were, and he would they would take him to the neighborhood and they would ride around. And I remember, and I can't remember which interview it was. I can't remember who said it. It might have been like Easy, or it might have been the NWA interview, but they were saying, we are the reporters. Nobody knows what goes on with young Black people in our communities, right? Because that's not what mainstream journalism was focused on. Nobody cared to know. And they reported a very slanted version of what it meant to be in the Black community. But rappers were able, like you said, to tell their own stories. And so when you talked about police brutality, when you talked about drugs, when you talked about gangs, you got an understanding of why these things were happening and what these things, how they function in a way that the mainstream news would never do. They would just vilify, they would just stereotype. And so, I, like you said, it seems to me that yes, rappers did serve as reporters in that time where, you had Reaganomics and all that. And people were saying, well, what's going on with the Black community? And they were like, well, let me tell you.
Right. So long before they started, long before they started talking about defunding the police, regardless of how you feel about that pro or con, MWA was saying F the police a long time ago.
And telling you why.
And was telling you why they felt that way. And it wasn't just them. It was the feeling of young Black people in the community, in the inner city, and it let the world know what that feeling was. So that was a contribution from that era.
Absolutely. I was going to say, and then you had down south telling you what was going on in Atlanta, what was going on in Texas, going on in Cali, what's going on in Chicago. New York is and so you began to understand, like you said, when you talk about things like institutional racism, you begin to understand what we mean, because if all the youth in all these cities, right, with all these different cultures and all these different histories are experiencing the same thing, it's got to be systemic. Right? It's got to be something more than all of these are bad boys and bad girls, or all of these are bad parents. It's got to be something more than that, which is what we were being told in the mainstream media. It's the absence of the father, it's the single mother, it's the this, it's the that, and piecing all these things together with, through poetry, sort of that counter narrative helped us to understand the truth of it. So I'll build on that. So can journalists be poets? I think we've talked that poets can be journalists, right? Rappers can be journalists, poets can be journalists. Can journalists be poets? That's the other side of that.
I mean, I was born to answer that question. Because I was an MC, a rapper, prior to I became a journalist because of hip hop. Okay. I started my first journalism real gig was for Source magazine. I started writing because of Source magazine, and because people saw me writing in Source magazine, I started getting other writing gigs. But certainly, and I've told the story many times, the transition from rapper to journalist, one of the things that helped me out was that as a journalist, the words didn't have to rhyme. So that was a little bit easy for me. But certainly, and I'll tell anybody, to be a journalist, there's certain things that you need to know, and that's the structure and format of journalism. And having studied that as well, I thought that coming from a lyricist perspective into journalism kind of gave me a heads up on in some of the things that I was doing, because it gave a rhythm, gave a different texture to the way that I was writing. And not that every journalist has to do that, but I think the more that we have that crossover from journalists and poets and MCs, the better that the craft is, the better that the community is served by it. Not that they all have to come from that, because obviously some of our greatest journalists that there ever weren't rappers or poets, but I think that it did help me. And when I do see, and Michelle, and I have to tell people, you might hear me refer to her as Fave, because when she was an intern and an early journalist at the Call and Post, she was and I was her editor. She was my favorite intern, and I would just call her Fave, and I still call her that now. But even she knows that I'm sure that transition from poet to journalist, it was a symbiotic relationship that I know for a fact that it served you well. But you may want to say something about that.
No, I was both. I was a poet first, because I started writing poetry at 9, and then in high school, you start writing for the school paper and everything. And then I was in this beautiful workshop, CNABJ workshop in Cleveland, and Margaret Bernstein was running that, and I did that in high school. And so at the very same time that I was sort of learning to be a poet, I was learning to be a journalist. And so they did very much crisscross. And even when I was an undergrad at Case, I got a poetry scholarship. It was writing poetry, and I was working on the paper. And then when I graduated, I had an English degree in lit, but the first job I got was like Chill said, was working for him, writing for him. And it was the will to make whatever I wrote for, even though it was journalism, it was the will to infuse some kind of human aspect and a little bit of beauty into whatever I wrote in order to pull people in. So to make sure that they were informed, for sure, but also, like you said, to make it as sort of engaging as possible, and to put a little bit of aestheticism in it. And like you said, Angiana, too, like tell a story if I could. There would just be little things if I could put a metaphor in there, throw it in there when I could. It's like, I feel like my toolbox was bigger, and I was maybe just a little bit more ambitious about using all my tools, because I love to sort of do both. So I agree for sure. I agree. What about you, Angiana?
Yeah, and just to add, I think can journalists be poets is a great question, because my mom, she's a poet, she's a writer. And I think, having my mom teach me, language and words and all of that, like she had me reading grammar books and I was still in school. I'm like, Mama, I do not need no extra homework. But it ultimately helped me, because I think I was able to kind of develop a voice. You're able to kind of see that craft. But I think what's also really important, and like you both touched on, it just makes it a little bit better. It just adds a little bit more to it, and I think that that's what's also really important, is you can read a story and get the facts and all of that, but when it's beautifully crafted and you have, you're setting the scene, you're really putting people there, that adds, yes, to the current events, yes, to the facts that are in the story, but it also makes it more engaging. You feel more connected to it, you feel more involved in the story. And I think it also paints a picture in terms of, like, instead of just reporting on something that's happening, and if you create a story, you create a craft, you get your characters, you're telling that story, it makes it a lot more personal. And I think that even if you're looking in terms of policy, or if you're looking in terms of solutions journalism, you can't argue with the narrative, or you can't argue with that story. So I think that it does make journalism stronger. And I think that oftentimes, I think that in journalism school, in certain situations, whether you're writing for a magazine or a newspaper or online situation, I don't think journalists have as many opportunities to develop that voice, because they're so focused on the lead. What are the facts? We need to get to the point of the story. And that's what I think makes that narrative journalism a lot more meaningful.
And just to point out that whole hop from, like you said, first of all, That's awesome. And I and I totally agree, because the stories that speak to me, like you said, are the ones that tell the story. And I think that's why documentaries work. I think a lot about like documentaries as that perfect combination of poetry and journalism, right? Because visually it does that. It tells that story, sets that scene. So when you put it on the page, it has that same effect. But Chill, I wanted to also point out that hip hop to journalism connection, Dream Hampton, right? Because she's the one that just did R. Kelly, the R. Kelly doc. And she was the same as you, starting in the Source and starting as a hip hop reporter.
We started at the same time at the Source.
Yeah,
Myself and Dream started at the same time at the Source.
So who is now, like you said, done something that is all about advocating for the community and the bigger picture of journalism. So yeah, that connection is very, especially like Gen X for us, like very real. Some of the main writers that I know, I was reading in Ebony and Essence, and and now are out here still like you, editing and doing. They were writing for the Source. I remember that.
I guess it's called the Source for a reason now.
Hey, how about that? So can we think about journalists who sort of have been really major figures in the community? Because what I'm hoping is that there might be some young people who are watching this, and maybe they are poets already, right? Or maybe they're just writing and they haven't found their form, and giving them an idea of like what journalism what they can maybe do if they pursue journalism. And then we can maybe think about some poets who are some really important poets. But I think poets are probably easier. Let's share with them some great African American journalists who have had impact in the culture and in the community, and they can be past, right? People that they can research and learn from, or they can be currently writing.
Well, I want to say this. As currently I serve as the president of the Greater Cleveland Association of Black Journalists. And on my executive board, it's been my pleasure to have a gentleman on my executive board through my presidency. And while I was vice president under Harry Boomer, I've had the pleasure of serving on 2 boards with the dean of Black broadcast journalists, and I tell you, one of the greatest broadcast voices that we've had in the history of Cleveland, and that's Mr. Leon Bibb. Mr. Leon Bibb is like I said, he's the dean of broadcast journalists, but he also is a poet and has been one for a long time. And once you hear Leon Bibb do poetry pieces, you don't see that much difference in him bringing the news forward to you. He has that texture. He has that rhythm. The quality of his speaking voice is incredible, but it's also the sincerity. I say he has the heart of a poet, the sincerity of a poet, as he brings you whatever news pieces that you have. And I will suggest that any journalist working today, anytime you get a chance to see or speak to Leon Bibb, it would behoove you to do that. I have, like I said, I've had the benefit of talking to him over the last 8 years as a board member of our Black Journalists Association. And we don't take that lightly. So that's obviously the first name that comes to mind. You'll never find a better broadcast journalist than Leon Bibb, and his poetry. If you have ever heard his poetry, just to hear him speak it, but even the words that he crafts is incredible. So to answer that, that's an easy one. Leon Bibb is a giant whose shoulders that we stand on, who still walks among us. So please do your diligence to find out who he is, what he's about, where can you see him. Old things, new things, Leon Bibb, that's an easy one.
See, and if you come from Cleveland, you already know Leon Bibb is the reporter. He's the one. It's like from childhood, he's one of the first reporters I remember knowing his name, knowing who he was, and that face being like as familiar to me as anybody. So yes, absolutely. What about you, Angiana?
have no one that comes to mind. I'm still learning everybody, but I think that in trying to look at journalists and writers and authors and poets that I think kind of do what I want to do, I've been really interested in looking at TED Talks, and YouTube is actually a really great resource to finding people. I went to UW-Madison for my undergrad, and a lot of my friends were in the First Wave scholarship program, which is a scholarship program that brings social activists and arts kind of together. So a lot of my friends were spoken word artists. A lot of my friends were, actual artists doing things with paint, sculpture, all of those different things. And a lot of what they did is they did slam poets, they did cupsy, they did all of these different things. And so going on YouTube and watching them speak and watching other people speak through poetry, I think that that was also really powerful too, because they spoke about their own narratives and their own stories in a way that I think it allowed them to kind of get that creative process out. I think it was therapeutic, but it also told a story that I don't think if someone went, for example, and did a spoken word poetry about some violence that was happening in Chicago, I'm more likely to listen to that than to read an article that talks about the violence in Chicago, just because of that narrative aspect. And so I don't have any names to give out, but that's just something that I've honestly really just enjoyed doing, because it brings that element that we were just talking about with storytelling in it. I think it really has a powerful voice too.
And if I can add, Fave, two other names that come to mind locally in Cleveland who are, oddly enough, are journalists, poets, and MCs. You think of Daniel Gray Kontar, as well as Mecca Sunshine, who cover the whole thing. Like I said, are poets, journalists, and MCs. So it's something to this, where those things meet. It's an incredible and powerful thing when you incorporate all of those things into information that you're giving out. It's something that we need to look into, making sure it happens more.
And so, yes, and I have to laugh because I think about how I used to turn on the radio on Saturdays and listen to Mecca, and it would be that combo of like they would be freestyling, there would be a poem, they would be talking about politics, she'll play a record. So I think you're right that pastiche, right, that mishmash of everything kind of produces these very sort of dynamic and compelling writers and pieces. I think I want to talk about and touch back on, Ajayana, you were talking about the violence, state violence. And in this time with the, oh Lord, the pandemic, and also at the very same time, we sort of had an epidemic level of, and maybe not an epidemic level of state violence, violence perpetrated by police but definitely more, I think, attention on it in the mainstream media than we ever had before. Probably not more of it happening, just more attention in the mainstream media, because Black people have always known it and we've always talked about it. I think what do you think it adds to have, us talking about it in the, mainstream, now that the mainstream has sort of discovered or whatever, I don't even know. But now that it's sort of in the bigger conversation, what is our job as journalists and poets now that the bigger, the sort of mainstream sources are talking about it? I know falling back is not an option. So what now? What do we do now in that conversation? What's our role now? Now that we're not just sort of yelling out to people, look, this is happening, SOS. Now that it's on the radar, now what's our job, do y'all think?
I think owning our truth, and I think you said not stepping back. I think stepping forward is a really big part of it. I don't remember what I was doing, but someone had said something about parachute reporting and about people just dropping in and coming in and reporting on these issues and then kind of leaving, and that was it. And I think really it does a lot of disservice to the issue, it does a lot of disservice to the community. And I think that our responsibility as journalists, as poets, as creators, as people who have the power to speak like this, I think it's to tell our own story. And I think it's really speaking to people, it's storytelling, it's community, it's all of those things. that really makes the story powerful, because I think that we have that perspective that everybody else doesn't. You know, they report based on numbers and statistics, whereas we're reporting based off of that was someone that we knew and that we loved and that was a part of our communities, and this is something that's affecting us on an everyday level. And I think that, you know, through poetry, through all of those different things, I think that there is real power in that. And it is unfortunate that, you know, it reached the mainstream media the way that it did, and it kind of hit the fan the way that it did, and it at least it got some of that attention. But I think it also did so in a way that didn't really get at the root of the problem. Again, it didn't really talk about the issues that were affecting us. And so I think, and also adding social media to that conversation too, I think is really important, because as we've seen, you know, you pull up a video, you pull up something, and you can't argue with the facts. But it also, I think, brings power to let people tell their own stories, and not just people who are journalists or authors, or just everyday people getting on Twitter, getting on social media, talking about these things, you know, speaking to people. And so I think that that's part of our responsibility.
Yeah, and I think she is so correct on that. And I do want to add, as a journalist, my predecessor as president of the Cleveland Black Journalists Association, Harry Boomer, is famous for saying no one can tell our story better than we can. And you know, we have a platform that a lot of people do not have. So as I said at the beginning, not only do we advocate for, we speak to, but also in telling the story, we have to hold people accountable for the things that are occurring, because in telling the story, in telling the real news, we can attend to those details that normally would get left out by other reporters. So that is something that certainly as a Black journalist, accountable, speak truth to power, and be unafraid to do it, because you represent the Black community. But certainly, everybody who goes into journalism, and it's you know, it's not a thing where that is the most popular thing these days, to be a journalist, but it is much needed. And as Sister Adriana said, man, social media is so important now in getting not only information out, but to get the information. You don't know how many times that communities have been at my fingertips to get on the ground news by just going on Facebook or Instagram and say, who's in Tulsa, who's in St. Louis, who's in Minnesota, where the activity is currently happening. And I get 10 people saying, you know who you need to talk to? You need to talk to this brother, this sister. And so it's so easy to make those connections. And those are talking to real people. So yes, social media is important now to do your job. But I also do want to say, when you talk about citizen journalism, and here's a problem, because people who don't have the training or the ethics in journalism might just get on there and say any crazy thing, haven't checked their facts, given bad information. So there is something to say about the actual tools of the trade of professional, the ethics of being a journalist and how you actually do that job. Just somebody in front of the saying, let me tell y'all what happened, is not always the best information.
Yes. And we've seen that on the camera. We're going to bounce it back to our moderators really quickly. Yes, to Dr. Leah Lewis and to Don Arrington. Are we good?
Yeah, because we want to join this conversation, which has been so thoroughly dynamic. And I had no doubt that the three of you would not be at a loss for words. So thank you for your contributions. And Adriana, I want to tell you, you are now my new favorite young person. Hey. You are just so thorough, so dynamic, and I'm happy to have you now. But you know, Chill, I have to tell you, you really schooled me today, because I had no idea Leon Bibb was a poet. I had no idea. Poet. Yeah, that we had these multifaceted individuals in the community who are both poets and journalists. And as I was sharing with Dawn and with Michelle, and I think with you as well, I've never seen a conversation like this, where creatives who are both poets and journalists are in conversation together. So what advice would you give young people who have both skill sets? What would you tell them to do? How can they forge their way forward?
Well, go ahead, Faye.
Oh, I was just gonna say to not think of them as so separate. In the fabric of this conversation, you know, I think we've shown that there are so many ways that they can overlap, intersect. And so if they're both things that you're interested in, school is a place where people will make you choose. They will try to make you choose. You got to choose a major, you got to choose a minor, you got to take classes. But what I would say is, I don't think that you have to. And if school is a space where people are trying to make you choose, then you go outside of school and find the ways to nurture both at the same time. I think it's entirely possible to fully, as Leon Bibb, to be a legendary journalist and be a poet at the same time. So just feed both and don't think of it as a either or proposition. I think that's probably the one thing I would say.
Okay, and if I can add to both of those things, in my opinion, what I would tell somebody or a young poet or a young MC, be good at your craft. Seek to be excellent at your craft, because you can be a poet, you can be a journalist and still not be all that good at it. All right, so just being one shouldn't be your end result. To be the best that you can be, and its proper techniques, get mentors, and find out how to be the best MC, the best poet, the best journalist that you can be, and perfect the craft. So I would just say, seek the highest level of what you're doing, and I think the benefits will reap just on that attainment, or even the attempt of attainment.
Yeah, and I would just add, find yourself and your voice, because that's, no one else can be you. You know, you're the only person that can be you, and that's really important. Don't let anybody silence you. As Michelle so eloquently pointed out, school will make you choose and make you feel like you have to pick between one or the other, and that you can't bring something else into that. And don't let anybody silence you or tell you that you can't. Follow your heart, do what's passionate for you. If you're really passionate about something, let that guide you and your inspiration, because it'll make your work so much better. And then also, you can never learn enough. You can be an expert, but you can always continue learning and bringing in other things and other aspects that will ultimately make anything that you do better. And yeah, stay Black, stay beautiful, stay blessed. All those wonderful things.
Stay Black, stay beautiful, stay blessed. I'm quoting you now, right? Amen to that. So it's very interesting. The thing that I wrote down throughout all of your conversations was picking up on this thread of like intersectionality, or like, in order for me, like the journalists that I respect are the people that like really know their area that they're reporting on. So to be like an arts and culture reporter, like you should know arts and culture. You know, if you're a science reporter, you should have some background in science, et cetera, et cetera. So if you could, maybe you could talk a little bit about that, like that intersectionality, how one feeds the other. That would be fantastic.
Well, obviously, as a journalist, I came from an entertainment background. I came into journalism from an entertainment background, and as coming into news to the Black media, I came right into the entertainment portion of journalism, and it is apropos and right now at Oscar Ritchie Hall, the Pan-African Studies Department, is not only the first place that I ever heard the word Afrocentricity from, it's also the first room that I was kicking rhymes at. We had parties in this room that I'm sitting in. I had classes in this room that I'm sitting in. So, but although I came from an entertainment background, because of the things that I learned here at the Black Studies Department at Kent State University, politics discussion, to have a discussion about social sciences, about art, about other things. So, but you're right. You should be well prepared as a journalist to talk about the things that you're writing, but that's why it is so important to know as much information as you possibly can about life. That'll make you a better journalist all the way around, and it'll make you a better rapper.
I think one thing to think about is we talk about careers, and this is just the English person in me. Whenever we tell somebody to study something, we automatically assume that they're just going to do that thing, right? Like if you study science, you're going to be a scientist. Mm-hmm. If you study engineer, you're going to be an engineer. If you study law, you're going to be a lawyer. But almost always, they need people to write about that stuff. It's not always doing it. Sometimes it's just understanding it and writing about it and being able to communicate about it and be in dialogue. So I would say that if you have an interest, think about perhaps maybe not being a practitioner, but being sort of a representative or an interpreter of that thing for people. Because and especially if writing is something that you love in addition to something else. So like if you love biology, but you love to write, you don't have to be a biologist. You can just be a science writer. Mm-hmm. People don't think about that kind of stuff, so you can, like you said, Dawn, about the intersection. Sometimes the intersection is in your interest. And it is like, I have this will to write, but I also have this thing that I really love. We'll write about that. And then you become this expert and you become this very skilled, communicator about this knowledgeable communicator about it. And we need those. Mm-hmm. We need those.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is outstanding. We're going to wrap it up, but I'm going to ask each of you if you have one final word that you want to share with our viewers.
Curious. Always be thinking about the why and the how. And the critical thinking it'll take you everywhere. Expanding on those intersectionalities. As long as you're curious, you'll be fine.
I think you have to know the rules before you break them. A lot of people want to write, and the excuse that they want to give for why their grammar isn't on par or why they aren't, sort of doing things in the traditional and conventional way. It's like, oh, I'm a maverick, I'm a rebel. But in order for those things to be meaningful, truly meaningful, you got to know the rules, and then you can break them with strategy and break them for impact and break them for cause, and not just accidentally break them.
Okay, and I would say stay hungry, because complacency is the death of all of us in whatever field of endeavor you're in. Stay hungry, level up, stay at it, and put your best effort into doing what you're doing. Don't get too relaxed. Being nervous sometimes is a good thing. That means there's energy going on with what you do. So stay focused, but keep yourself in the game. And one thing, when you're in the game, other lanes open up for you. I'm a testament to that. If you stay in the game, other avenues will open. I guarantee it. Mm-hmm. But you got to be in the game. You can't stay in the game if there's no skin in the game. So stay at it. Stay focused. Be blessed. Be Black. Be proud.
Woo, wise words. Dawn Arrington. They brought it, did they not?
Man,
can we give them a round of applause?
Yes.
Thank you so much, you all. You have blessed us and you have set the right tone for our final presentation of the day, which will be our Alice Dunbar Nelson keynote address delivered by Kima Jones. Dawn, any closing words?
Wait, stay Black, stay blessed.
God, that quick.
I forgot that quick. I know I always say be well, be safe, and love on someone, even if it's yourself.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
And that is, I think, like it gets to even their points, right? Mm-hmm. Stay hungry, stay curious, know the rules before you break the rules. Those are
Yeah. And you know, Kevin really he echoed the words that we heard this morning from our Langston Hughes literary keynote, Disha Filia, who writing for 20 years. But it was last year that she had what most people would think was overnight success. She never stopped writing. She kept reading. She kept writing. She kept reaching out to individuals who could help her improve her craft. And I think Kevin and Michelle and Angiana really spoke to that as well.
Yes.
So, you know, we are excited about what's coming up next. Again, it is our Alice Dunbar Nelson professional keynote, which will be delivered by Kima Jones. We're going to take a short break, 7 to 8 minutes. And during that time, you're going to see some ads. You're going to see some, maybe a little bit of poetry. Step away from your laptops if you need to, but join us at 3:10 for the final session of the day. And again, remember, if you're open and willing to make a contribution to GLAAW-C, please feel free to do so. You will see the PayPal QR code pop up from time to time. All you have to do is scan it on your smartphone and you can make a contribution that way. So we'll see you back at 3:10 for our final session of the day.
At a young age. Mine started like a shove. Everyone around me made me feel like it was something I should dream of. I see what I did to my parents. It kind of showed me to be prepared for disappearance. Nothing lasts forever, I was told, so understand to be clever. I didn't understand love when I was 16, but I swore to myself I was in love. It was because I wanted my happy ever after I seen on TV. It's like Santa Claus actually being real. I wanted to feel. Social media played a big part. It made me picture a proposal. Friends didn't make it any better. They normalized being a wrecker. Oh, and that guy I was so in love with at 16 was filled with nothing but ties. I'm 18 now. I didn't really care about anything else but cash and chows. I believe tails didn't follow me. What did was details. I met someone. It was like I hit a bank run. Everything felt so fun. Everything he did was outdone. This thing I felt, mind, body, and soul, made me feel whole. Was it finally love that I was feeling, or was it the fantasy I dreamed about so casually?
This is how I feel, make me feel again. Why can't I feel again? Caught up in my thoughts, I can't get out. My mind takes over my senses, my mind takes over my emotions. All I want to do is feel okay. The reassurance of being able to feel is the most satisfying feeling that is so underrated. My mind tells me to talk, to ask, to speak, to show, to care, but my feelings tell me I just want to let everything take its course. I want to ask, do you like her more than me? Do you find enjoyment in her more than me? Does she offer more than me? I ask myself because I can't find the energy to ask you. Hers connected to me, though you'll never understand. That's why I can't ask. The feeling of lust is strong, the feeling of love is dull, but I want to feel love. And so does she. But why can't we? This is how I feel. I wish I could speak. I wish I could feel. My last question is, you want me or her?
Hear everybody talk like rubble, letting the words jumble and bubble, old rags reborn in cologne, crop crowns adorn in an opal throne, kitchen grease used for shoe shines, skin ooze for plastic pines. Hear everybody smell like bones, tombs full of six-pack rings, only bird of mine, a pigeon wing, shrine full of candles and soda pop cans, rosary scrap shambles, love sold by the gram. Here, everybody dance like junk, thrash city, litter punks, jacket made of cling wrap, cigarette butt fill a tooth gap, a sediment smile, disco ball bile, bottle cap boots. Here, everybody swing samba, druggy strings, orchestra dump site, Grubby dings, a-go-go bells, solo cartels, pseudo slime, crumbs and coke, guns and a pitos, keys made of teeth, snare drone, sing slum, trash city, writ of right, their mantra, sweetness and light. Thank you.
The Nana Lesotho people from Lesotho. Long, long ago, when the children of our grandparents were still children, there lived 3 orphans, 2 boy children, and their sister Takani. When their father was alive, he was a great chief, but now he was dead. And it was Takani, their sister, who took care of them. She had to grind the corn to make the porridge. She had to cook the meat when it was brought in from the hunt. She had to fill the clay pots with water so that her brothers did not have to drink from the spring like dogs. It was Takani who took care of them. And when the time had come for them to go to the tribal school where fathers take their sons to become men, it was Takani who took care of them. They had to spend a required 5 months within the grass huts. And when it was the appointed time, Takani went up in the mountains and she prepared the clothes and the skins and the weapons for her brothers. But when she arrived, they refused to accept them. They said that they would no longer be able to come out of these huts until they each received a karos, a skin blanket, skin to hang around the hips, and also a skin shield made from the skin of the Nanabulele, those horrible creatures that shine in the night. Their skin shines as the moon and the stars give off light in the dark. He looked at them. Why do you ask the impossible? Where can I find the skin of the Nanabulele? Where?
Word went out from Takani. It spread and spread and spread and spread until all the sons and daughters of the chiefs heard the word. And when they gathered together in the village, Takani poured her heart out to them. You must find the bravest warriors in all the village to accompany me as I go to find the skin of the Nanabulele.
Well, hello everyone and welcome back. We are preparing for our final session of the day. And I have to tell you, Dawn, we are about to be blessed by a GLAAW-C favorite.
I'm so excited. I can't even speak. I'm so excited right now.
That's insane. Because you had the good fortune of hearing Kima Jones in 2019 at the East Cleveland Public Library, correct?
Yes, I did. And I had to remind Dr. Lewis today that I have to remember not to be sitting here with my own pen and scribbling and writing everything down, that I can go back and rewatch this and just remain in the space to. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I have to tell you, in 2019, when we were at our home space, the East Cleveland Public Library, which we hope to return to in 2021, people were on the edge, 2022, people were on the edge of their seats listening to Kima, correct?
Yes. It was like this huge introduction of a genius. To this very hungry crowd of people who there was so much knowledge given that day, so much knowledge. And it was like, oh, well, this is how publishing works. This is how, you get an agent. This is how you do this. Yeah. And it's like, yes, you've done the hard work of writing, right? You've written your manuscript and now what?
And now what?
And she just laid it all out there about the now what and the hows and the hills and the bumps and the valleys that you're going to traverse. I'm so excited for you all to get this. What does my mother used to say? Let me put you on a lifetime of game for free.
Okay.
Because that's what's about to happen right now.
That's what's about to happen. And you talked about her knowledge and her insight and her genius. And I just want to say I've had an opportunity to get to know Kima a little bit. And she operates from a wholehearted space. So you're going to get head and heart today. So you're in for a treat. And so let me go ahead and share her bio with you before we bring Kima on stage. Kima Jones is the founder of Jack Jones Literary Arts, an Los Angeles-based book publicity agency for Black and Brown writers, where for 5 years, she has worked as lead strategist on all publicity campaigns. In 2017, Kima founded the Jack Jones Literary Arts Retreat, a 2-week respite and book incubator for Black and Brown non-binary and women writers. The Los Angeles Times called Kima called her a 2018 literary breakthrough and an important new voice on the national stage. We certainly second that. In 2019, Kima founded Culture 2, a mentorship conference for Black and Brown cultural critics. She was recognized as the 2019 recipient of the Energizer Award for Exceptional Acts of Literary Citizenship by the Community of Literary Magazines and Presses. That her first book, Butch, a memoir, is forthcoming from Knopf in 2023. Knopf in 2023, and in the spring of 2021, Kima Jones joined Triangle House Literary as an agent. So without further ado, and as Dawn mentioned, get your notes and your pen ready, because Kima Jones is going to bring it. Welcome, Kima.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis. Thank you so much, Dawn. Thank you so much, everyone in Cleveland and everyone who's a part of the Greater Lakes Network and a part of the literary community there.
Just want you to go ahead and riff for a little bit, share some of your knowledge, and then Dawn and I will come in with some Q&A, and our colleague Carla C. Payne will also join us.
Okay, sounds good. I think probably the best place to start is to demystify a little bit around my move from publicist to agent and a person and a leader in this industry, and how I want to move forward in that way. And so while I love being a publicist and a marketer and really thinking about how to make books the most impactful, how to build them out in such a way that they find their many circles of readership, it's also really important to me to think about books before they're a product. There's a way that as a publicist, when someone brings me a book, right, it's already been sold, it's been edited, it's been worked on or through for several years before it's like this product in front of you. And then I'm brought on to think about the big ideas that could really make that book boom. And while I've been really grateful to do that work, I think I'm more interested at this time in my life in the book, in the inception stage, thinking about it from the point of an idea. So we're thinking about ideation and creation. That's where I'm interested, and that's where I want my work. That's how I like to develop work now. And so I'm really excited to work with my clients, developing their manuscripts, thinking about titles, reading the research they're working to develop the manuscript, going through those edits, then pitching different publishers, developing the marketing and thinking about the publicity tie-ins that we can already introduce the publisher to going in to make our pitch that much stronger. I'm interested in that route moving forward so that instead of having a product and being asked to expand on a product, I'm given an idea and then I'm helping to grow that idea along its many stages. And then at the end, we have a product that we can make, really beautiful and large and expansive in all the ways that it's supposed to grow. And so I'm interested in meeting writers at the ideation phase. And so if you have a really strong manuscript, and especially I'm interested in literary fiction, I remain interested in speculative fiction, always interested in horror, some mystery. I tend to work with writers who are slower writers and slower readers, because I'm a slower writer and a slower reader. So I like folks who tend to be the same pace as me. That said, I also love writers who enjoy the research and the research aspect to the writing. We do a lot of workshopping together before we even send the book out to prospective publishers. And so it's really about developing a relationship with my writer, with my client, where I can see the project from their eyes. I'm also looking at the project as a future product and thinking about the ways to develop it so that at each stage we have tiny wins. In the same way that you would grow a garden, right? You're like super excited when you put the seed in the ground. You're super excited through all of those micro stages because you understand the only way to get to this larger, fuller product is going through all those steps. And so I think of agenting in that way, as opposed to publicity, was very much like, I have a small garden and I want it to be a booming garden, versus, working as an agent with my clients is very much at the seed stage. And that's where I like to develop my talent from. And so I'm looking for writers, especially who have more than one book, who are interested in developing their careers and not just selling a single book. I'm interested in writers who work in more than one genre. I myself work in poetry, short fiction, nonfiction, and I have a novel in progress. I'm very interested in writers who write in more genre or have more than one art calling. Maybe you're also a dancer, a musician, a drummer, a singer, a potter, lots of, I don't know, a gardener. I'm interested in all of those things. I'm interested in prospective clients who have their own passions or field work, whatever you want to call it, that contributes to their everyday joy, right? And so I'm deeply interested in folks who kind of found an itch, decided to scratch it, and they kind of, just saw where that led them down a book journey. And so, if you want to write a biography specifically around this thing or this subject or this town, and you spent the last 10 years of your life visiting that town and interviewing people, and you have all of this history and methodology and all of that wonderful stuff, like that's a book that would intrigue me and surprise me. I'm also super interested in just good Black commercial fiction. We all love a good, fast-moving book where things are happening. It's fun. It's entertaining. Reading is fun. It's entertaining. I don't want to be bored, right? So I love plot. I love things that kind of go. I love an engine that keeps up with itself. So always looking for a good love story. It doesn't have to have a happy ending. That said, I don't know how interested or invested I am with Black women having bad happy endings or no happy endings in their love books. I think I would be interested, in a commercial book where a Black woman is just like trying to figure out her love situation and she figures it out, but not in like a syrupy way, but in a reality way. I'd be very interested in that. And when I say that I'm interested in all gender expressions, all kinds of couples, I'm queer, I'm very interested in queer Black stories. I'm very interested in intergenerational stories. I would love to see special scripts of Black Black people who are 40 and up, 50 and up. I think I'm interested generally in debut writers who are starting off a little later. Everyone thinks you're supposed to start off. I'm interested in hindsight. I'm interested in that kind of wisdom and perspective that you can only gain from having that long distance to review and reflect and think about. So very interested in those manuscripts. What else am I looking for? I for sure love cookbooks. A good cookbook would be amazing. I haven't found the cookbook of my dreams. I'm looking for something beautiful, a beautiful idea, something gorgeous that we can really build together. Something from the African diaspora foods. I love our foods across the diaspora. So please, what else do I love? I love so much. Right now, I'm not looking for YA or children's books at all. I will say that. I've done a lot of good work in YA, and I'm really thankful and grateful for that, which is why I want to turn my attention to some other genres right now. Always very interested in poetry and short fiction, of course, but I am every day checking my inbox for the novel of my dreams. I'm really excited about some of the projects that I'm working on right now, but it's mostly short fiction and poetry. So I'm still looking for a novel to take me away. So I guess I will open for questions, or I can also talk a little bit more specifically about Triangle House if you'd like.
Yeah, why don't you talk about Triangle House, and then we'll come in with a few questions that we have already.
Okay, cool. So Triangle House, I'm so excited to partner with Triangle House. And I want to give you a little bit of the background. So Monica Woods is the founder of Triangle House. It's a Brooklyn-based literary agency. And Monica is actually my agent and now my colleague. And I signed with Monica of all the agents that I met and, was introduced to. I signed with Monica because I felt that we had a lot of parallels and what we're doing in the industry. I was very impressed with the fact that she is a writer who also has this impactful literary agency that's regional and wants to grow in like these really specific ways that are about community building and empowerment. And so that parallels with Jack Jones really spoke to me. I was really excited to partner with another woman in the business, and again, a woman who has an agency who is also a writer and who understands what it's like to wear many hats behind the scenes. And so it was really kismet and cosmic, our meeting. Monica and I had already shared so many clients before we partnered together. We just had all of these natural connections that kept popping up. And so earlier this year, I joined Triangle House as an agent because my feeling was in moving away from publicity, moving towards agenting, which really is a slower process, which I needed, which my book predicated, like my book demanded that my life move a little bit slower so I could really sink into the writing. That meant that I wanted to, again, partner with someone who understood the demands of what was happening in my life. And so that meant that I would be taking on less clients, impactful clients, but less and at a slower pace. And Monica completely understood where I was coming from and the way that I needed to prioritize. She was very excited about my clients. And so the partnership just feels incredibly natural. We also have Renee Bevers with us. And Renee is an agent. She's about 1 year old, who's 1 year old to agenting. And she's really interested in hip hop scholarship. She's really interested in Black women's empowerment nonfiction. She's really interested in cultural criticism. Monica also has done a lot of work across popular culture and cultural criticism. Triangle House also has a review where you can send your work in to get published. So if you have short stories and poems, novel excerpts, they publish that as well. So that's the big up to Triangle House Literary.
That is great, Kima.
Thank
I
you.
had the good fortune of a colleague, Karen Long, sending me a piece that you did for Literary Hub. And it
Okay.
is your read of James Cagney's poem, Identity to Burn. Now clarify for me, is he a client of yours now?
James Cagney is a poet who I can't stop talking about. I'm obsessed. I love the work. James and I have decided to work together in some minor ways. I have not signed James Cagney. There are some interior conversations happening. James is amazing. I think everyone should get the book. I wish I had it right here. But go to Nomadic Press, Black Press in Oakland, who publishes James Cagney and so many other wonderful Black poets.
Cool. Now, the reason I invoked him is because you clearly had a reaction to his work. When someone submits their work to you and you decide to take them on as a client, what kind of reaction are you seeking? What kind of reaction validates the quality of their work and its resonance for you?
Yeah. So for me, I want to be obsessed, right, with the reading, and I need to be called to the book. So you ever start a book and you put it down and you're like, I've got to get back to that book, or maybe you have to stop halfway for whatever reason, and you keep thinking about the book. My idea is if I'm 40 pages in and the book is amazing, but like I have to do something this weekend and I plan to come back to it Monday, I want to come back to it Monday. And so I find that I read a lot of good books, right? I read a lot of manuscripts that are technically good. I don't think that there's a lack of technically good writing. That doesn't mean that writing is inspiring or evocative, you know? And so for me, yeah, it's really about, I want to finish the book fast. I want to experience the same feeling I felt as a child, as a teenager, my whole being a lifelong reader, that same first joy of being excited. That's what I really long for. When I read James's book, I read it because it's a book of poetry. Then I read it again and then again. And so I really want that feeling of not only do I want to read this book again and again, but over the course of my life, I want to come to this book at different times in my life and learn something new about myself through this literature and through this language.
Powerful, ladies.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Could you even, I'm going to scrap my original question. Could you maybe delve a little bit deeper into the technical piece versus, the piece that grabs you, right? I've read some, formulaic kind of technically well-written books, but I don't know if I can always put into words that thing. What is it? What, I don't know.
Yeah, I think in the same way you like will order from a restaurant and you're like, this is good food, like it's good enough, right? Like this is good. There's sustenance. I'm getting, like, I see the nutritional value. This tastes good. Like it's good. And then you've had food, right? The same exact menu, maybe the same exact entree that is exceptional. And it was a one of a kind of experience. As soon as you walked into the door, the entire experience from getting the menu to being seated to eating right. And so that's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm interested in, is the full experience of reading the book. And I like to go through my full emotional wheel as a human. One of the first books that made me go through my full emotional wheel as a human is Native Son. And that's a book we can all talk about, and then it's politics. But I think what I'm trying to say is with the character of Bigger Thomas, I felt every bit of emotion. There was a point where I was so sad. We all knew he was going to die. I was terrified for him and for his life. There's a part where I was angry and I hated him. There's places where I was embarrassed for him. There were places where I loved him. And I want to go through my full human experience of emotion when I'm reading. I feel like you should laugh, right? There should be sex. The book should reflect life.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, I have a very niche question. You mentioned cookbooks and that you're looking for cookbooks. I have noticed, I remember years ago, I used to be able to Google a recipe and it would give you the list of ingredients and how to cook them. And nowadays, when you Google a recipe, you got to hear about the author's grandmother, the person's grandmother and how she used to cook in a cast iron skillet. And when I'm Googling a recipe, I just want the recipe. But it makes me think about cookbooks. That's where that type of writing, I think, would be excellent in. And I've never thought of cookbooks as a literary piece. So I'm wondering, when you're looking for a good cookbook, is that the type of thing that makes for a good cookbook, something that has the narrative and also the ingredients? What are you looking for in that?
Absolutely. You answered your own question. And so, right, it's through those stories that we know what kind of writer this chef is. We know if this chef is able to impart not just the food, but her experience with the food, her cultural experience, the cultural experience of her family, her knowledge of the ingredients of the region, like that all plays, because we want her to be an expert of her cuisine, of her region, a deep knowledge of what is happening in that place, culturally, politically. And so those stories all go into the proposal that would sell the cookbook. And so you're proving to the publisher that, yes, this person is an expert of their field, and we can show it in these many ways.
So my question for you, our audience is probably already going to know the answer, but I want them to hear it from you. You have decided to be of service to Black, brown, and non-binary writers. Why did you decide that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel very much that when we think about the way that publishing, the gatekeeping around publishing, right, the inherent gatekeeping and the politics of power, and when you think about redistribution, right, and distribution of resources, redistribution of not just resources, but opportunity, I felt very much that those opportunities should be given to the folks who are most marginalized and least, and least to receive those types of resources. And so that started with a conversation about what are the needs of living Black women writers. That was always, what are the needs of living Black women writers? And then, like, what are the needs of living Black writing people, right? Non-binary folks, trans folks, everyone. And then moving into our intersectional communities, right? Especially because I lived in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is so much a part of my history, really talking about living in neighborhoods, owning businesses with, being in partnership with brown organizers, writers, artists, activists. What does it look like to have these frank and much needed discussions around what's happening with Korean and Black communities in Los Angeles, or Mexican and Black communities in Los Angeles? What are the things that we can provide for Black and Latino youth in Los Angeles? And so it really grew out of looking at the geography of where it was that I'm from, the community that I service, and then how we want to pay it forward. And so what started with looking at servicing Black and brown writers also meant that, okay, through the ways that we give back, that means we're also servicing Black and brown youth of the area.
Mm-hmm. Let me follow up with this. Now, when you were with us in 2019, you gave us a ton of statistics, particularly on the number of African American women who are readers. You gave us statistics on the number, or the lack thereof, of women of color, particularly Black women, who are working in the field of publishing. Now, post George Floyd, we know we had a ton of corporations and organizations putting these statements out about their commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion. The question I have for you is, have you seen any progress in publishing since that summer?
Yeah, so we're talking about last summer. And if I'm being honest, I think that a lot of what grew out of the DEI initiatives are supposed to be launching actually next year, right? And so there were like these large proposals and these things are happening. And so I'm really looking forward to the new year. I'm looking forward to seeing in action. So when I see you next year, I'll be much better prepared to answer that question and we can talk about it. But I'm very interested to see how those initiatives took flight or not. And who actually receives the funding, who actually receives the services, what publishers are supported, who gets grants, and what were the barriers to those grants, the requirements for those grants, right? Because requirements, are also barriers. And so it's really, especially when we're talking about some of our older Black institutions, our gallery spaces, that, like, for example, may not have technological functionality, right? There might be things that they wanted to do during COVID that they couldn't do simply because they don't have the infrastructure to bring what they do on an everyday basis online, right? They just don't have online infrastructure. So for a lot of our Black arts organizations that I've talked to over the past year, the biggest issue has been a technological problem. How, investing enough technological infrastructure into the institution so we can have safe programming. We know that COVID is a reality, right? It's something moving forward. And so I'm really looking at things like that. And I'm very excited to report back in next year to see. We'll see.
Excellent. Well, we can't wait for your reaction and response next year for sure.
I want to pivot just a little bit, but the question I have is like around myth busting. I think that there's a lot of people who are like, I have a book in my head, or, and they just kind of want to write, or, they're very insular on that end of the process, of the creative process. But I would love for you as an industry expert to help people understand really what that process looks like. Once you've finished your manuscript and you're ready to submit it, like, what does that look like? And what are the common myths that you encounter that people assume?
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
That's a
so
good
many
one.
myths. So many myths. 20 minutes left. We're gonna get through. So I'm gonna start with, you finished your manuscript. Congratulations. That's hard. Congratulate yourself. Do something wonderful. Sitting down and committing to finishing a book and getting 200, 300 pages in, or a first version, a second draft, third draft, that's a lot of work. That means years of your life, months of your life that you took to edify yourself in that way. So first, congratulations. Next, you would start drafting a query letter. And then and that's to query an agent to represent this manuscript. This means you need to do a little bit of research. And I think some industry standard magazines or Writer's Digest and Poets and Writers to find agents. Another free way to find an agent is to look at the books that you love, especially look at contemporary literature, things that you love now, and see who the acquisitions editor is for that book, see who the agent is for that book, get a chart going, see who the publisher is, and start keeping track of those folks that you feel really attracted to. You're like, wow, I read this book. It was a great book. I really like this cover. When I read interviews by this author, I'm impressed with them. For these reasons, keep a list, because those are the agents and editors you would want to work with. Someone who has a similar philosophy as you, or it's thematically relevant. That would make a lot of sense. That's what I did. That's what I tell everyone to do. And it helps you to narrow down and keep a scope, right? You want an agent who's going to be excited about not just the book that you've written, but like the rest of your books. You want to think about your career, and understanding that, like, not every single, right? Just books are, I don't like to always use the birth parallel, but like birth or like a snowflake, a fingerprint, right? No one is the same. And so each book journey is its own individual. I don't care even if you can have the same exact team as any writer, and it just won't be the same experience. Like there's not a writer in America, in the world, who knew or thought or planned for COVID last year, right? And so even your best-selling, top-selling authors had a different and peculiar shakeup of a year than they've had with other books. And so it really is about being adaptable. It's about understanding that like we're going to control as much as we can control, and simultaneously understanding that we can't control anything. And so you want to draft your letter, maybe get some beta readers, folks in your circle to read your letter. You want to send your query letter out. You want to query your agents. Most agents, are going to ask for 10 pages of fiction. If it's nonfiction, a book proposal. If you don't know what a book proposal is, it's really, so for nonfiction books, they're normally sold before they're completed. And the proposal is basically like a small sales pitch when it has a sketch of an introduction of what this writer wants to write about, a biographical sketch, a table of contents of like what's going to be happening in this book, some sample, a nice strong sample, and then like the other sample chapter. Marketing ideas. And you're saying, well, why do you write it this way? And that's because you're going to have an editor who's going to help you shape that, especially when you're talking about pop culture and history projects. There's so many of them. Some of these projects are evergreen, obviously some are not. And so in the way that they need to be shaped, it's better for the publisher to buy them ahead of time than like a novel, which is super more fluid, and you would need to finish that in complete, to completion before you were able to query an agent. So to make that clear, for novels and short story collections, you would have to finish the whole book before querying. The same for poetry. Poetry collections are usually about 64 to 80 pages. For nonfiction, you would sell that on proposal. That also includes your cookbooks, calendars, any kind of special project like that, your memoirs, your essay collections, narrative nonfiction, anything reported would be sold on a proposal. Once you send that in, it's fingers crossed, lots of prayer, that you find an agent who's interested in the work and wants to work with you. I would say have some meetings, really understand how that agent works. Does she do developmental editing? Not everyone does. How does she communicate? Is she an email only person? Does your agent text? Does your agent, what's the expectation? That's really important. Like, this is a working relationship, years. And so you want to make sure that your communication styles are in sync, and that you can get along and really get the book to where it needs to be. So I'll stop there on myths. I hope that was helpful.
Very, very helpful. Yeah. So it doesn't work like those Hallmark movies where the book at guy and then they disappear for a weekend and they come up with the whole book, right?
No. Thank you.
Yeah, Kima, talk about that for a minute, though. I mean, you announced your memoir last year, if I remember correctly, but it won't be published until 2023. And so I think there are people who think you can just do a book overnight. Can you talk about the process a little bit more?
Sure. So when you have, so now we got to the agent. So an agent likes your book, and Kima Jones wants to sell your book and represent it to these publishers to get it sold. So now I have to take this book. So you've worked on it, then you and I come together, we work on it, and I tell you to make some, corrections, some changes, we develop it. Okay, now we're at the publisher. we sell it to, you know, the publisher, the editor who's best for you. That person now has some edits and some changes. We have to talk to sales and get their input. We need to see different cover options. We need to talk about formatting. We need to figure out the price. We need to talk about seasonality. When's the best time of year to sell it? We need to, right? And so that process in and of itself is just a year of the copy editing and looking at sales and choosing a cover. And then you move into about once you hand in your final pages, things tend to speed up after that, and you start talking to publicity. A larger book, one of the marquee titles, like a huge title of that season, you'll start talking to publicity about a year out, sometimes a year and a half. You have a smaller book, you're talking to publicity about 6 months out, sometimes 3 times out. And unfortunately, some writers don't have the opportunity to work with the in-house publicity team. Again, remembering that your in-house publicity team has books assigned to them, right? And books are assigned according to how much was invested in those books and according to the projected sales return on those books as well.
Got it.
Has there ever been a book that crossed your desk and you passed on it, and then I guess 2-3 years later you see that someone had picked it up and it's now doing great? You know, it has made it to fruition, and you were like, doggone it, or possibly even, that wasn't the book for me. Maybe someone else needs to pick it up. Have you ever had that experience?
Both experiences, more than once. And that's just right. That's again life, you know. You take some risks, and you're like, yikes. You know, you halfway through, you're like, yikes. And then some things you're like, I'm so glad I dodged that bullet. And then other things, you know, if you listen to yourself and what feels good, I'm grateful that my wins override my losses by lots. And so I'm very grateful. But yes, all the time, there's no way to possibly say yes to every major project. It's just, right, if you want to do a good job, right, really, I couldn't take on more than 1 or 2 projects annually to really do the job that I want to do. So I inherently will say no to lots of things that are going to win and do all the things they're supposed to in the world.
You know, Kima, you demystify so much of this industry for us. One area that is still a mystery to me is awards. So we had Deisha Filia this morning as our Langston Hughes literary keynote. And Deisha killed it in 2020 and 2021. I mean, I don't remember a book getting that kind of acclaim from an author who really hadn't been a well-known author, right? You probably have better recollection as it you know, with respect to that. But talk to me about how books get awarded, how they get the recognition, how they become a National Book Award winner, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Again, congratulations to Deisha. Her book has done such an incredible job nationally. She is a Conbilio Fellow, shouting out Conbilio fiction. I'm also a Conbilio Fellow, so many of our favorites. And just again, to call the work of David Haynes into the room. So we're talking about awards. Awards work in lots of different ways. There are lots of different award structures. So I'll go through a few. The first is self-nominating, right? You have some awards where if your book qualifies, you pay a fee or not, and you send in however many copies of your book, and you fill out a form, and a panel of folks read it, and they select a winner. Or there is no self-nomination. A panel of mysterious people that they don't announce reads the book. They decide who's the winner. They give you a cash prize or not, and you won. Sometimes they announce the illustrious panel. Again, they decide who the winner is, and you get a cash prize or not. So it's pretty much the same model at varying levels of a payday, right? And so some of your larger prizes, like the MacArthur Genius, that just happened, right? I think we're talking about $675,000. Whereas, right, the Stegner Fellowship is incredibly, an award. It's a fellowship, but right, that has a stipend, I think, of around 25 or 30. Some of your smaller awards might have a $500 cash prize or $1,000 cash prize, but I try not to think of it as smaller. I think that it's really important if folks have taken the time to read your work and they want to recognize it in this way. And also they value your artistry to the point that they want to pool money together to get you money so that you can continue to sustain yourself, right? And create more art. So I think all of our awards matter and are meaningful, less so the awards that are clearly about padding, the pockets of someone where you have to pay like some ridiculous entry fee. And then you might get this money. So for example, the National Book Foundation, they have an entry fee, but part of that entry fee also goes toward all of the free national programming they do for schools and libraries across the country, right? And publishers are expected to pay that, not writers, right? And so for like $125 entry fee or $175 entry fee for book for a prize of that size with recognition of that amount, then I say yes to that. I just would tell writers just to be careful of some of these kind of like back of the magazine kind of deals, where they're asking you to send in $100 or $200, and it's no good.
Right. Is that work of the agent too, to help writers find those opportunities, or like doing some vetting or making those suggestions?
Absolutely. Between your publisher, your agent, and your own research, our research. For example, with Jack Jones, I have a spreadsheet where I just keep all of the awards that are specifically for Black and Brown writers. But those awards are always changing. We know, unfortunately, arts organizations lose their funding all of the time. Things close, other awards and prizes pop up in their place. And so it is worth for sure checking every once and again, keeping that updated annually, because we know of the turnover in the arts world, in the publishing world.
Awesome.
Got any questions, Carla?
Well, Kima, it's there are so many people out here who want to publish, right? Everybody has a book in them. And you just talked about the awards where sometimes fees are associated. Can you make the point very clear for our viewers that there are certain services in the publishing industry that they really ought not pay for? There are people who are out here getting hustled because they don't understand the business of publishing. So can you talk about that just a little bit?
Yes. So starting with your agent does not get paid until you get paid. So your agent does not receive $1 until your book is sold. And so, right, this is the point about building a relationship and trust and kind of being on the same page for a beginning, because I could be working with the writer for 6 or 7 months, reading the manuscript, rereading it, building the manuscript, doing revisions. Then we might be sending it out to publishers. It could take 2 weeks. It could take 6 months. Who knows, right? Either way, they're not paid, and I'm not paid until that publisher sends the advance. There is no reading fee. There is no consultation fee. There's no fee ahead of. You don't pay your agent. You pay your agent, 10%, 15% according to the rate at which you sold the book, right, per project. Mm-hmm. So if I sell 3 projects for you, when those payouts come, and understanding, right, that those payouts, right, and so when you are cut up into 4s, and so you get your first payment when you sign your contract, you get a quarter of your advance. You get the second quarter of your advance when you hand in the completed, edited product. You get another quarter of your advance on pub day. Mm-hmm. And then some publishers do the last quarter of the advance when the paperback comes out. And so you're really talking about payments across time, right, in installments, and then percentages of installments. And so it really needs to want to be there to invest that amount of time into the project and into you. And the same for your project, right? I tell writers, if you're just trying to do something to make money, you're going to end up wasting your own time. Just invest the time you need in your work. And the opportunity that you need will grow from that. So that's for sure someone you should not be paying. A publicist, I tell folks all the time, I don't think if you have less than 6 months, less than a year until your book comes out, do not hire a publicist. There's very little that person will be able to do for you at that point. Understanding that, publicity is really expensive. You do not want to do that. You want to start talking to a publicist as soon as you sign your book contract. You want to start talking to publicists to get on their calendar, right? Because they are booking 2 and 3 years out, because that's how the publication schedule works. And so the bulk of the work is done before the book even sees the light of day. But typically there, again, you're talking about $10,000, $15,000. You may be in a situation where you're able to get a one-time consultation for $1,500, maybe up to $5,000. I think for sure, read as many articles as you can. There are lots of great Facebook groups looking for publicity, and use the knowledge of your publicity team. There are times when you can negotiate that the publisher pays for a publicist. If there's ever an opportunity to negotiate with your publisher that they cover your publicity, marketing, some of these other expenses, maybe you're a person who doesn't drive like me, and maybe you need, they're sending you on tour, but you're like, hey, I need a car. Pick me up. There are ways to negotiate around not just the money, but quality of life. What is the quality of your life while you're finishing this book? That's something to think about when they say, well, don't quit your day job. I think it's not to say you can't write and create without this kind of reckless abandon and curiosity, but you also want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. I think that there's this really strong narrative that you can only create in a state of chaos and suffering. And I think that's totally incorrect. I just want to, especially for younger artists, I want to punctuate that by saying, as much as I understand that creation is beauty and chaos combined, right? So it's structure and chaos. To create, you have to use raw materials, but you also have to refine those materials after a certain point. And so, yes, I hope I answered the question there, because I was going to go on and on and on.
No, but I think you do need to pick up that self-care line of, thought in a bit. But I want to stress for people the point you made earlier about the commitment that an agent makes to a writer. Yes. You're talking about a relationship that is forged over months, possibly years, where the agent has not even gotten paid.
Right. $1.
Right.
No.
That is commitment. And so writers need to have a level of humility in understanding, right, an agent is making to them.
Yes.
Can you speak about
because
that?
you can love a writer's writing and just not communicate well with them, right? Or just have acute personality differences, or maybe the ideas you have for their book and their career, that's not something that they want to pursue. And so I think the best alchemy is when I have a writer, I'm really interested in her book. I'm interested in her research. I'm interested in the way that she wants to develop and grow her career. I'm interested in the things that she's curious about. And I want to see all those projects flourish, understanding that I might have larger roles in some and smaller roles in others. For example, if you have a writer who's also interested in TV writing or film writing, right, that my job as her agent might in that scenario is introducing her to a film agent where she's going to have a similar relationship to the one that she has with me, right? And that might take weeks or months or years, right? And so while that's not necessarily a part of my of the work that I do directly with her, it's still a part of the cosmology of the work that we do together.
Yeah, thanks for, laying that out. And again, I really hope our viewers hone in on that dynamic. And when they are fortunate enough to get an agent, have an appreciation and a respect for that relationship, because it is a platform that can vault you to the very places you want to go with your writing.
Absolutely. Your agent is your front line of defense. They're your advocate. If you're unhappy with your publisher, your editor is not returning your notes on time, the whole point of the agent is you have someone there to work as a go-between, who has the Rolodex, who can have the interior conversations that you can't have. And so you have to be willing to be professional, yes, but also vulnerable and really be able to communicate. As a publicist, I'm always asking folks, like, what are your biggest dreams? What do you want this to look like? And so many times people have not, either they haven't thought about that, or they're incredibly timid about communicating and negotiating what their dreams are. And I think we're taught so often, especially the writers that I work with, we're taught to not visualize and create and move toward our biggest goals, because there are all these other things, children and job, right? All these other factors pop up in our lives, relationships. And so when you have someone who's like helping you to clear a path towards your largest dreams, you have to be as invested as they are. And so the last thing I'll say about the client agent relationship is the two clients that I have signed. One I've been working with for the last 5 or 6 years. Just, before I was an agent, we just worked together. My other client, I've only signed 2 clients to date. He and I have been working together on his book for the last 2 years, talking and rereading the manuscript, sending notes back. It really is it's a slow build. If it's going to last, it has to have a solid foundation.
Yeah.
I guess I feel like I'm pivoting again, but I just wanted to know about Butch. I want to know about your book and your writing process and what's it been like for you, and just tell us all about it without telling us all about it.
I can't talk. I won't disclose anything about Butch, except to say that I'm very excited when I'll be able to talk about it next year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We are excited about it too. Clearly, we are excited about it and cannot wait to hear you read your own work. I'm looking forward to that, Kima. But I want our final question to you is talk about what I'm going to call the excavation process of you working with your writers as their agent now, and the editing you do. Do you do developmental editing? What is your editing process like, and how deep of a dive do you do for your writers?
So yes, I love developmental editing. Thank you for that question. I love developmental editing. I think that I love research. So I'm more just like, wait a minute, let's read, because my feeling, my thought, my train of thought is that if you're reading this set of books and this is what's influencing you, or these movies, this history, these documentaries, I need to read and take in the things that have influenced you so I can better understand your writing on the page. Okay. Right. And I also need to read for and track for. Sometimes we love a person's work so much and we don't realize how much we might be imitating their style because we just, we get in our zone. Right. And that's how children learn. We know that that's how people learn, through imitation. And so I'm also reading for that. I'm reading for pleasure, foremost, and I'm reading to make sure that it makes sense. So there are a few drafts. So what I typically do is once I receive, I like everything emailed, and that's just for my own personal filing system. And then I get, I have one of these moleskines for each of my clients for our sessions. I like to talk to my clients on Sundays. We usually talk for about an hour, 2 hours, and then we just workshop. Once I get the manuscript, I send it off to Staples and they bind it for me and they print it all out. And then I'm able to take my notes. I edit by hand because I want to preserve and honor my eyeballs. And so I don't like to do any of that stuff on the computer. And then we go through the book by hand a few times, and usually we'll have 2 or 3 of those drafts. So we're talking about 9 months to a year before we're even ready to start talking to publishers. We have these kind of, monthly workshops to go over the work. I also have a playlist with my writers, like what's the music that inspired the writing? And that helps to set the temperature and like the emotional temperature of the book and the mood. So I can understand if you're telling me, well, this scene is supposed to feel like this, like maybe it's sarcasm, but I'm reading it as, something else. That helps me to better understand and better edit you. So those are the ways. And I'm also just big on communication around feeling. And I'm saying this as a writer, and Dr. Lewis, to your point about me talking more about self-care, part of my move to Durham, North Carolina was because that's what I felt like my book needed. I also felt, and to your question, Dawn, about Butch, I can say that in writing about New York, I couldn't write about New York while living in New York. So I moved myself and my life to Los Angeles. And I wrote as much as I could of Butch in Los Angeles. I wrote half of the book in Los Angeles before I realized that I was feeling really resistant to the environment. I wasn't feeling as inspired. But also like for the reflection again and the hindsight that I needed to really think through my Los Angeles experiences, I needed to leave Los Angeles. And so in thinking about where I wanted to be somewhere that had the same biodiversity as California. And I wanted to be somewhere where I could easily get to New York and Los Angeles because I always need to be in New York and Los Angeles. And so Durham hit a lot of my checklists that I had going for myself. Durham is also wonderful. Obviously, there's so many research facilities here and libraries and colleges and universities, and just a wealth. Obviously, Black Durham has so much history, so much has happened here in North Carolina to honor. And so I felt a lot that the environment is inspiring and fulfilling to me. And so in thinking about my writer relationships, I also wanted to be in a place that when we can return to in-person meetings and I can invite, my writers to then, workshop in my home with me, and we can have those different experiences, that they can also be inspired by the environment. That was the whole purpose of the Jack Jones retreat, is using what's around us to inspire more and inspire the creativity. So definitely working with writers who take their art practice and their daily life practice really seriously is important to me, just because it creates synergy. I'm at a place in my life where I'm really looking for synergy. And when I talk about multimodal expression, that's something, or multimodal inquiry, that's something you see at my website. What I mean by that is I do yoga with my clients, we workshop, we might take a road trip. And the point is, this is a relationship and it needs to be edified and it needs to be supported and it needs, to be polished, and all of those things relationships need to stay healthy and to stay afloat. Needs honest feedback. And so there's a lot of that.
Kima Jones, you are a wonder. Yes, you are.
Yes.
And I'm just so thrilled that you, for the second time, have served as the Alice Dunbar Nelson professional keynote for GLAAW-C. And we are so thrilled to be in relationship with you.
Yes.
And,
Absolutely.
you know, we'll be working with you in the years to come. Again, we're excited about Butch.
Yes.
We're sending you
Thank
love
you.
and light as you continue to write and create and serve other folks. And so I just want to say, is there any final word you want to leave us with?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cleveland is a really special place to me. I will say it again. Cleveland was the first city in all of my years of being on, you know, doing book events, producing events, where I stepped onto the stage and it was an entire auditorium of Black people. And that had never happened to me in my career before coming to Cleveland and before coming to GLAAW-C. And I couldn't be more grateful that people, my folks, support me and come out for me and are interested in my ideas and trust the things that I have to say and want to continue to talk with me and develop this relationship that we have together. So thank you, Cleveland. Thank you, GLAAW-C. Thank you, Dr. Lewis and the whole team. It's always a pleasure. And Cleveland just has a special place in my heart now because of that.
Well,
so I would say just, you know, keep doing what y'all are already doing, which is like taking care of each other.
Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to take care of you. Thank you for taking care of us, Kima.
Thank you.
And, you know, again, we're just going to build on the solid foundation we have already laid. And we'll see you again next year.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes.
Take care, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone be well. Yeah. Salam alaikum.
What did you all think?
Awesome. Still speechless.
Yeah, yeah.
For good reason, right?
Right.
Oh.
You know, when you encounter professionals who will just pour into you freely, without reservation, without hesitation, where they really don't hold back.
Right.
You know, I just feel like Kima again is wholehearted in the way in which she interacts with us, and I believe that's how she interacts with most people.
I bet she's making a lot of agents jealous.
Yeah.
She's out here doing yoga with her clients, right? Listen,
who's doing that, right?
Who could imagine that that's what the relationship could be like?
Exactly.
Like you set a bar at that point.
Right.
You're giving the writer insight to like how you should expect to be treated and how you should treat them.
Exactly.
And that's just something that, thank you, Dr. Lewis, because that's not something that you get knowledge and understanding about.
Right. But I do think Kima sets a high bar because she's talking about holistic care of her client. Not transactional care, right?
Yes.
Holistic care. And so, again, she is a wonder. Happy.
When she talks, I get the feeling of like it's, you know how there's a dam and there's water like just churning, wanting to come over. I feel like she has so much more that she could share on every topic. It's like, no, keep talking.
Right.
Don't hold back.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just a fount of knowledge.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
Well, friends, we have reached the end of day 2 of GLAAW-C. And we are so thrilled that you tuned in and you joined us today. But we have one more day ahead. It's a short day tomorrow. It's what I'm calling Children's and Family Day. And we will have the benefit of watching a pilot that was shot in Pittsburgh, written by a friend of ours, Dominique Dobson-Briggs. And it's called Rhea, the Great Detective, and the Case of Missing Miss Barrington. So if you have small children in your life, tomorrow would be a great time to tune in. We will start at 2:00 promptly. And then we will have a producers roundtable. I'll be a part of that roundtable and I'll be in conversation with Dominique, again, the creator of Rhea, which we'll see tomorrow, and Shonda Miles McDeal, who is the founder of Damascus Theater Collective. And she's also a program officer with the Heinz Endowments in Pittsburgh. So you may remember that last year, Damascus brought us the presentation of Pearl Clegg's Flying West. This is also a Damascus presentation. So please tune in tomorrow at 2:00. The pilot will run for about 25 minutes, and then that will be followed by a producer's roundtable. So we'll have a short day tomorrow.